Hello, everybody. We are back with some more idle chatter. Today is Yorvin Day. Yorvin will be updated. I mean, he may already be updated. Let's see. Let's do this. Picture in picture. Yeah. Need to check on my main account. I'll let Briv finish what he's doing first. Okay, this needs to... I'm going to do this again. We tried this yesterday. It was set the formation to Brunor. It is set to Brunor. Make sure it stays that way. You know what? We're going to go ahead and... We're going to do that. I'm going to do this instead. We got enough familiar, so we can do this. Okay. Back over to the other party. Alright. What are we doing? We were doing Icewind Dale. We were doing Mert. Bearings. Keep your friends close. We got time to do, hopefully, at least one of these before we have to unlock on this account. Kingsport, the Awakened Giant Penguin. That's right. All right. Let's see. We need... That isn't right. That isn't right either. Why is all the wrong things? Meh. Like this, maybe. Maybe like that. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. You don't have to go that far, I don't think. Where are we going? Yeah, 700. Not bad. We may have to change some things up towards the end, but... Oh, Jules, Lazier, Maddie, Null. Hello, hello. Hello, Delcoon. Hey, Zellist. Am I picking today? I don't know. I haven't got that far. I gotta think about it. We'll unlock Yorvin first, and then we'll figure that out. Sure thing, Max. Alright. Alright, so why is this familiar there? That should be there. Okay. Oh, alright, didn't... Oh, that went somewhere it didn't need to go. Okay, that's fine. What I wanted to do was go look and see... Where is Yorvin again? 10. Okay, Funny Beast. Did he get reworked already? Yes. So, the rework is already in. Okay. So that means on my main account, I can go ahead and start working on the guide. Yeah. This. Okay. So we're gonna get out of here. It's fast. That's not. Well, yeah, sure. My main account is faster. But sure, this is speed potions. This is what happens with speed potions. So yeah, it's fast. I like going fast. It's a speed potions and a speed team. Like it's full of, I got a bunch of speed champions in there. That's what I recommend to people. When you're starting off, this counts what 36 days of play old. It's longer than that chronologically, but I only play it on stream for 4 to 5 hours the stream. Over 36 days of play. This is, and we got solid progress. We got, you know, I'm a little restricted here. I'm doing a Mert variant, but I do have a full, you know, speed team now. Yeah. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Hey, Toy. Hey, Niscus. Hey, Torak. Chaotic. Hello, hello, hello. The Soundman. New player here. Been play a week. Welcome to the game. Just hit the soft cap and progression just died out. Been playing a week and hit the soft cap. Awesome. You came in with power. Any advice? Favor isn't the only thing you need to progress. And that's all. That seems to be the big thing you've been progressing. I have a guide for that called Progression 101 over on the subreddit. Somebody can link that. Well, at least toss a link to my guides in the chat. But there's other things you need. Like there's other things you need to develop. You got to get your Modron core. You got to work on patrons. You got to work on, you know, collecting more champions. More champions can be more power, like building out the right parties and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot to do there. Picked up Centurions to issue from the time gate, push from 600 to 850. Nice. And unlock the Modron course. Nice. Awesome. Hey, Aquarium. The event made it very easy to get to soft cap. Events are easier. Yeah, events have a lower health scaling but higher gold scaling. So you can usually push further in events. Hey, Kavenia. All right, Yorvin, the Bunny Beast, is the reworked champion this event. Crimpus and Akutwitchy, thank you for the follows. So on my main, this is obviously my main account. It's up at the top right in the little picture-in-picture way up there. I have the Bunny Beast. He's fully geared up at the moment. That'll change, but we'll fix him. So he has a new his rework is already in. If you already have him, obviously, I haven't unlocked him on the main account or on the new account. So, you know. But this does mean I can go ahead and throw him in. Oh my gosh, what is that? What's with the... We got a new thundercloud icon? You know what? We're switching picture-in-pictures. Hold on, folks. We're going to switch things around. We're going to let the new account go picture... No, come on. We're going to let the new account go picture-in-picture. And we're gonna bring up the main account over here. There we go. Okay. What is Thundercloud? What is that supposed to be? We got 5 lightning bolts. It's supposed to be something like Blood Fury Tattoo, but it's each Thunderbolt is representing like 5 stacks. Nathalis, the patch is out if you already have Yorvin, but Yorvin isn't able to be obtained in the event yet. That's all I can think of is that it's Blood Fury Tattoo. Ad break. Good. One more ad break coming in. I should have just hit complete and restart. God, they put that in for a reason. For this exact reason. Not Ragtag Team. It's got to be Blood Fury Tattoo, right? Yeah, it's Blood Fury Tattoo. It's a weird... Yeah, so it's every 5. Huh. Okay. Okay. I will get back to chat in a second, folks. Just give me a hot minute. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. His base attack. Not quick. They slow him down? All right, we're back, folks. Sorry, I've been puzzling over this. I figured out that this this thunderstorm is Blood Fury Tattoo. It does seem to be a lightning bolt for every 5 stacks. Seems to be. Let me catch up in chat. Well, my head wraps around that. How's Ellis? Yours is getting up there. Mine is, I think mine's around 300 or so. Grinding out that account in just 36 days of play, I feel real slow. You shouldn't. Everybody plays it in a different way. When I play through, I try to play as efficiently as possible with 7.5 years of experience playing the game. So everything starts out slow. Like I started that account out slowly. But it just, you snowball your progress. After buying the 5,000 gem familiar, do I keep saving for the 10k one? I would. You now have 4. At 4, I think you have 3 on the field, 1 on click damage when you start, and then you move 4th on the field or wherever after that. I would get gold chests for a while. I mean, it depends on how. So what you got to figure out is how quickly can you earn 10,000 gems. Like that's kind of the. If you can do that in a day, then do it in a day and pick it up. But if you can't, it's like 5 days or less. But check your potion stocks. Are you good on speed potions? That's all I care about. I'm starting a new account. And you can always distill and brew. So yeah, it's kind of up to you. Isn't it the best way for gem farm to just auto the first 15 levels? No. No. I just need 1 to 2 heroes to do it. That's, and far less familiars. That's, I mean, if you don't have a lot of familiars, that's okay. If you don't have a lot of familiars or champions, you probably shouldn't be trying to gem farm yet. Your best use scenario of that active party is probably just racing through storyline adventures and earning, like completing them and getting the gems from them. Gem farms are a solid mid game. Like on this new account, I am to the point where now that I have a full team of champs, I don't have the familiars to gem farm, but I can manually gem farm to a degree and try to invest in some familiars and get everything automated. I'm to the point where I could probably make that happen sooner rather than later without it being a long slog to save up for familiars. And but on but just a couple champions with a couple familiars, that isn't really a gem farm. That's just you got nothing else to do and you don't want to actively play your game. Or you're earning some gems, but that's not really what we mean when we're talking about gem farming. Like this on my other up in the picture, I've got Brunor in the background doing Mert stuff. He's earning some gems. He's also earning Mert currency. I would never refer to that as a gem farm. That's not a gem farm. So yeah. How about a tall? I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Otto. I'm just gonna go Otto. What does one click rest on the field mean? 1 on click damage down here at the bottom left, and then 3 on the field is a good use for 4 familiars when you're starting your run, because leveling up click damage will click kill you through the starting through a good chunk of areas based off your favor. Once your click damage level down here is equal to or lower than your area you're on, then you would remove it and stop putting money into the click damage. But just a way to, like, instead of using fire breath potions, you can click through with 4 on the field, like 3 on the field and 1 on click damage. Oh, plus rad. I finally have 2 time gate pieces and got mine from my 3 unlocked patrons already for the week. Is there any other way to get one today? No. You need to wait for the natural drop. But that's fine. I mean, you don't have to unlock your flex slot today. It's going to be around. You've got time. So, yeah, don't fret. You're fine. Hey, Thrival. Uko, thank you for the follow. Beginner, should I just try to complete the content that is available for me and farm some favor? I mean, that's a combination of things, yeah. I'd check out that new player reference that Jules linked up above. And also this playthrough that I'm doing, like the new account playthrough that I'm doing, this one is based off spending $30 US on the game. It's my Pick3 playthrough. If there's also a free-to-play playthrough that I have, both on my YouTube channel. They're both in playlists. So if you're early on and you want to, oh, that one links to my free-to-play. But at that same YouTube, there's a, or no, that links to my, okay, that links to my YouTube, and you can find my free-to-play and my Pick3 playthrough, and follow whichever one you want. The Pick3 playthrough is gonna include information on the apothecary that wasn't out when I made the other one. But it would give you a, watching those VODs would give you an idea of how to, start the game and move through the game and what kind of things you should be working on. Yeah, if you're new, Phil on tour, if you're new, you shouldn't be gem farming. I know the community talks about gem farming and how gem farming is great, but that's a solid mid game and beyond thing. And when you're a new player, early game, or even just stepping into the mid game, your best use of your time is to just complete the regular campaign adventures, unlock some evergreens, do event stuff, like not grinding gems. Otto Linnae. Okay. I think I pronounced that right. Is there a way to see the cooldown of time gate piece natural drops? Not in game, no. Phil, thank you for the follow. 2 champs in each slot and 4 familiars. Haven't done water deep yet, so I'll probably just play through the campaign first before I start. Yeah, gem farming is not a thing you do right away. If it was a thing that was efficient to do, I would have done it on this playthrough before now, right? It just isn't. Yeah, you do whatever the event stuff are that makes sense, right? If you broke 850 in the event, then you should have favor, a good chunk of favor. And yeah, if you could do at least one of the tier, you could do at least the 600 restriction ones. The 800, depending on the restriction, might be difficult. Okay, back to the rage bunny, back to the bunny beast. I gotta get the guy. I gotta get. I will answer questions. I've just got to go back and forth between questions and the guide. This is saying 8-second cooldown? I swear he attacked faster than that before. Did they nerf his attack speed? Everyone might have. Let me open up my guide for him. My old version guide for him. Am I just misremembering? 5 seconds. He was 5 seconds before. Yeah. Okay. I know this says 775, but there's like there's a minus quarter somewhere from something. I swear. It's gonna be like in blessings and not show up somewhere. That's edge of the formation, but there's all the cooldown on all champions base attacks. There it is. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Okay. Yeah. yeah. Yeah, we need to pick one of these. What's one that doesn't change his values? I think Infectious Fury probably wouldn't change anything. Everything else is going to change some things, and I don't want to change anything. Okay. He may very well have become a really strong support. Like I said, it was going to depend on one ability, and we're going to go look at that right now. Ragtag Team. Yeah. It says post-stack bonus down here, but this is not correct. It's a pre-stack. Okay, that was what we were looking for. Here's my bonus copy master. The Ragtag Team is the mop. That's the pre-stack. All right. That means you want a slot 2 gilded. Sadly, I have a golden on 4. That's going to get moved. I'm totally dismantling him. He is fully gilded. I've got 5 shinies and a golden on him. I just got to move that golden. We want to get, I used to do, this all goes away. Where's, right, so I've got 1 Ragtag Team. No, I've got 2. Yeah, there's 2 Ragtag Team feeds. We'll buy this. Wait. Oh, those are 2 different things. Okay, there's 1 Ragtag Team. And then there's 2 Danger Sense. How is that going to change? We'll look at that in a minute. Let's pull those out for a second. Okay. So, soft cap, with my itemization, he's at about an E27, but only 1 stack. 1 stack. Shark Fighter 9000. What should I focus in the Thayan Enclave? The support pigments. Support pigments. Yeah. Froggies. Froggy on the market. All of it. Available slots for Golden Epic are 1 and 4. Then I'll sit on that Golden until his 2 becomes an option. The Moanulu, the rework is live for anybody who unlocked him prior to this event. Yeah. So, I have, what do I have on this? I have 300 item levels on a shiny item, and it's an E27. And if I throw the feet in, it's just straight 40%. Still E27. It did go up a little bit, but not as much as I want to line. Yeah. But remember, we aren't multiplicatively stacking yet. Got a boost to that, but is the boost from Danger Sense pre-stack or post-stack? Max health is doubled stacking multiplicatively. I would get 4 stacks, an EOS 6 bonus. But is it... Does it go to the 440? This is what we want to know. Does it go to the 440? I feel like it comes in on the post-stack multiplier. So 622 E26. Let's throw the feet in and see. Yeah, it's post-stack. Okay. So these that say increase the Ragtag Team damage boost of Yorvin's Danger Sense, those are post-stack. Danger Sense applies post-stack, basically. So I need this one that isn't available at all yet because it's probably in a pack. Yeah, it's going to be in a cash pack. Too bad. Okay. I've got 176 Witchlight Adventures. That's coming in post-stack. It's going Ragtag Team. So everything that's affecting Ragtag Team from his kit is applying post-stack. And so there's a lot there, though, right? E26 coming in from the kit post-stack. We haven't even gotten into the pre-stack multipliers yet. So unique species in the formation. Let's I don't want to trigger that. So we went from E27 to E28. It's just going to be, is that how it's going to work? Just up by 1? No, still in E28. E29. Yeah, it's not. So far, it's not looking amazing. 8. Oh, wait. Somebody doubled. Probably. No. Who doubled? No, drow. Halfling. Nobody should have doubled. What the? Whittle's a gnome. Whittle's not an elf. Whittle's a gnome. Kobold. Gnome. Elf. Warforged. Half-orc. Halfling. Aragon. Wait, that's 7. Oh, I've only got 7 in. God, I'm miscounting. Okay, we're fine. Folks, I swear. I would like to be able to count some days. Okay. 8, E32. I think it's his kit really giving him the strength here, because we're not seeing huge, the kind of the hugeness that I would hope for. I also don't have a lot of item levels, so he's gonna, the more, again, a pre-stack item really kind of shows its value at around 1,000 item levels, and I don't have that in it. What else we got? Right one. The 10 would take me to E34. So I would get EO9. I would get like an EO9 with 10 before everything else kicked in. For gear plus all the rest of the stuff. So, I mean, it's not bad. Yorvin's actually a solid support now. I don't think you're ever going to get all of... I don't know if you're going to always get 10 stacks. Dampiers were classified as elves. No, they're vampires. They're just moist. They're damp. They're wetter. That's how you know the difference between a dampier and a vampire. One's wetter. One's wet. That's the thing. One's wet, the other isn't. You get 18 stacks of wrecked. Oh, with like glitch feeds? Oh, Ren would do it too. Yeah, sure. I just don't think that's what you're chasing. Well, I guess maybe at the higher levels. Again, higher item levels, maybe you are chasing that. But yeah, you still, as always, you have to balance these pre-stacks, like their requirements, with just making the best formation for yourself. Yeah. He's given himself EO9 damage from Blood Fury Tattoo. Not the worst. Danger Sense, I'm currently looking at what, 4 stacks. So EO6 is going to Ragtag Team. I picked a spec that doesn't help at all, so this could be higher with a different spec. I wanted to get, some clearer numbers. Down the rabbit hole is, doing the Witchlight stuff is going to help a lot. I mean, there's E16 right there, right? And there's room left. Keep going. But the question is, did that... No. Wait. Post stack multiplier 981. So if I go... I don't have that feat. Never mind. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay, then, yeah, it's post stack. Okay. So the only one that's pre-stack is the is Ragtag Team. And you got to be careful. It's the one that specifically boosts Ragtag Teams. So different strokes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Nathless, because, well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's go for, well, so where's Ren? There's Ren. So if we throw Ren in, I don't even know. We could Orkira with something. Half elf. Orkira. And suddenly we got 3 champions in and we got 6 staff. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Slot 4, is it better to get Baloth or Kent? Those are the only choices? Wait, are those in the event? No. Why are you... That sounds like a time gate, so why are you choosing between Baloth or Kent, I guess is the question. I mean, they both have uses. I just don't know that they would be big priorities. Okay, who else has glitch? No, they have an undead and they don't have a glitch. And who else in their slot glitches into something that's useful? I don't know if anybody does. Honestly. I haven't made that guide yet. I haven't made that glitch feed guide yet. Dang it. Yeah, I know. Okay. I just don't know why you want to choose between those two. Was there a specific reason you wanted to go with Baloth or Kent as opposed to any of the other slot 4 options? Do you have if they're doing split the party, they're doing split the party 2, then they have hoping they have Sentry and Jarlaxle. But that doesn't mean that's what they have. So I guess tell me who you have in seat 4 already. Yorvin, well, there's a lot of good reasons to make it. I just don't know that it's a priority. I'm like trying to think who's glitchy. She's glitchy, but she glitches into a Heron. That's not helpful. Because we already have one of those. You know, you kind of got to throw in something that's not going to happen in a glitch, and that's not going to happen in a glitch if we don't have a good glitch. I only has 2. It's too bad, because I've already got Ren there. Ren gives me 3, so... Yeah, I just don't remember. I don't remember who has glitches at this point. Birdsong definitely has a glitch, but are they going to be in a... What do they glitch into? That's the problem. Warforged. So then I can't use a Warforged. It's fine. It puts me up to... Wait, I thought it was it. No, we already have a Warforged off of... Yeah, so that's not useful. Pitch does have a Centaur of Attention one, yes. Okay. Do I have it? I do. Those, fine. There's 9. 9? Maddie, what do you who do you already have in seat 4? Is what we're trying to figure out. Or alternately, why did you want to choose between Baloth or Kent? I mean, I can give you the pros and cons of both, but that's the question. All right, we've got a Dragonborn glitch over here. Okay, that puts us at 9. Wait, no, we've already got a Dragonborn. Good job, Garwar. God dang it. Oh, see all the glitches. Well, we already have an elf. Like, we've got Dwarf, Tabaxi, Warforged. Yeah, both of these, Birdsong was covered by both of these. Dwarf, Tabaxi, Warforged. We've got Dragonborn and half elf. So I guess Myria. Yeah, Myria, elf, and tiefling. Do I have that one? Yes. Okay, I guess that's where we kind of have to go. All right. There's 11. So we could at least get to 15 stacks. Really does have fairy. And Asimar. Wait, where's the fairy one? Oh, right there. We'll go with fairy because that's not actually doable anywhere else. Game. And that gets us to 13. You have Karlach and Jarlax. Okay. Sentry is in this event, Maddie. Isn't she? No, never mind. She was in the last one or something. Never mind. Or I just liked her and I grabbed her. I would go with Sentry, honestly. I would recommend Sentry. But if you just liked Baloth and Kent, yeah, they're both neat. Baloth probably has the more power potential there, but they're both fine. I would go for Sentry. Only there was a glitch, guys. Stop it. How's our character? Also, yeah. We could do Aarakocra instead of the half-elf. But do we need that? Yeah, we could throw Vlithrin in. So we can go, we can add Aarakocra as well to this. And then we end up at 17. 17 staff. Well, the champion search function only show correctly if the glitch feed is equipped. Probably. So here's what it looks like with 17 stacks, E41. I don't feel like it got that huge, but again, I don't have a huge itemization. Yeah, you probably had the HP buff thing. That might be helping. I haven't done that. The 1,008 less damage. Who cares? I love how they try to make this relevant, and it's like, I don't think that matters. This ability has never made sense to me. Yeah, it's never made sense to me, and I don't know if it ever will. I haven't. Yeah, I need to respec him. I guess one of the other things. I spec'd him into something that would have no effect on his abilities. So Ragtag change for buff by 50% for each Blood Fury stack he has. Okay. This one does 13 seconds of Bud to other enemies, though. That's some fun. Blood Fury stacks. 25. 50% multiplicatively or additively? Oh, let's find out. Didn't change it. It didn't change anything. Why didn't that change anything? Why? It's not even showing up. Why is it not showing up? Follow the mad rabbit. E13 E41 335 E09. It's not doing anything. I think that one's broken for me. Nathless, that third spec doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's not even showing up. Let me restart. Hey, Sargon. You're possibly chatting to a human being? I don't know. On the internet? If I were a magic 8-ball, chances are low. Loser, which seat 7? I think that's what your name's supposed to be. It's an interesting choice. Which seat 7 champion would you recommendation to Timegate in order to be able to do split the party? Is there not one? Is there not a 7? Okay, so not a 7. 6, 7. Caddy Brie. Caddy Brie. She's my go-to. Yeah, plural. Okay, let's look at this again. Let me fix the name. Default it to the other one. There we go. Okay. E46 now. Had to restart. Follow the Mad Rabbit was not working, but that's E07. Okay. Yeah, that's better. That's better. So, I mean, but still, all that work to get 17 stacks to get to E46. I don't know. This isn't a functional party, right? I just want to be clear. This is not a functional party. That just happens to be something we threw together just to see what the numbers looked like. So I will say this, he is a much, much better support now. He was kind of a garbage support before. Because getting access to his debuff was just basically not something that ever happened. This is much better. I'm unsure if his damage got better, like as a DPS got better. He was a solid DPS, and I think he probably just stays solid DPS. But I think now he's a better. Before he was a better DPS than he was a support. But that was a low bar, right? Now Feels like he's a better support than a DPS. I mean, he's given himself an EO9 buff on top of this, which, I mean, yeah, that's nice, but is that enough? No. And something's broken about Follow the Mad Rabbit. It's not stacking up now. I don't know what that means. Is he still sticking when it comes to damage reduction? I don't know what that means. Now it's working. So something is something. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Follow the Mad Rabbit spec is not always working. How to reset a champion event. It gives you a pop-up when you select when the champion comes in. It's in the Jedi's Force in 13 minutes. I will show you what it looks like. I have no way to demonstrate it. I'm just gonna, yeah. So you're gonna have to wait. Because there's no way to demonstrate. You can't just make it happen. You have to wait until the champions come in. Yeah, everything goes into Ragtag Team now, basically. It's damage of all champions, so this is not Artemis friendly. I saw he is better for Artemis. How? His buff isn't positional. His buff isn't positional. Is it just that? Yeah, I don't know. Even Danger Sense isn't positional. It's all champions take less damage, but it's such a small value that because it's not positional, you can't. Still DPS and a better support, but why would he fit in? Why would he fit into an Artemis? I mean, if you had nobody else, I just feel like if you were, I don't know, why wouldn't you want a DPS with positionals? That's usually what you build with Artemis. So I don't know. Can he work? Sure, lots of people can work. But what I'm saying is he doesn't do what Artemis really wants, which is be a DPS support with positional buffs. I don't know. Maybe his buff is so big now that it doesn't matter. But I don't play Artemis. I know how Artemis works and what Artemis wants, and this doesn't. He wants two things. This just ticks off one of the boxes, and lots of champs do that. I think what's the real power though? I'm gonna E16 from there. It's gotta be. The bunch of it's got to be coming from down the rabbit hole. I guess we'll find out when I unlock him on the new account. But it feels like that's where it's coming from, is down the rabbit hole. So we can boost the damage reduction. If we boost the damage reduction of Danger Sense, what does it get to? 2,000. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, giving like a flat buff could be better for some people. That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily what you're looking for. My point is that isn't enough usually. Pop these. Isn't enough usually. Did I not get that feat? Oh, I did. Okay. All right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Without a lot of item levels. I mean, he looks better, but he doesn't look outrageous. Somebody said put him in with Lithrin and see. Oh, with all of those other species, though. I didn't look. That's this one, spreading the word. Oh, I should just. Okay, hold on. Freely. Miriam, fourth. Okay. That was 17, right? Yeah, that's 17. That's Vlithrin's. Let's see what Vlithrin's looks like now. E13 was 17. That doesn't feel amazing. Got a level 900 epic. Because it's post stack, so I mean you're getting E12, but you know, it wasn't huge. You can gold in this one now? That's good. That means there's probably a golden pack coming out. Yeah, this is usually Pantheon of Blessings is where her power is going to come from. Okay, did that. What's she looking like? E38. Yeah. And then as we revivify, we get bigger. Yeah. That feels okay. That feels okay. It kicks off strong core or dex core first. It depends on who your DPS is. Arctag gets better if you level some tanks up. Sure. Sure. I get that. I mean, he definitely has a specific set of skills. Orvin does. He wants specific things. Let's see where we end up. But I mean, I'm not using it. Normally, I would have maybe 2 tanks. You know, change. Oh no, this one. There we go. That's better. 2 tanks were the health, folks, and now we're at E60. That's, yeah. Okay. That's a big swing. I'm just going to say, that's a big swing. Yeah, that's throwing an E19 with 21 stacks. Unfortunately, it's a post-stack multiplier, but this one was pre-stack. It would be through the roof, but okay. E60. Now that's respectable. Now that's a respectable rework, Yorvin. Wow, Jesus. Okay. So then maybe we don't. What if we remove this? Then we do. No, that's. Yeah, do that one. Not a big change. Okay. All right, so E60 support buff. His self damage I mean, it's going to be fine. But, you know. Yeah. It'll be fine. Not, like, amazing. He gets EO9 buff on his self-damage. What's he get over here? Let's go over here. He does get a damage. He gets an average damage of all champions buff. He doesn't. Oh, there it is. E17 self-damage buff. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, not bad. He is now an amazing support. Whereas before, he was a solid DPS and a garbage support. So he is now an amazing support. DPS, I mean, could you? Yeah. I mean, he's bringing in E60 for himself and other people. He could be a DPS. Could be a DPS. The double the health bonus means max health? Yes. Like add tanks with health share? Yeah. But like I said, normally I'm going to have like maybe 2 tanks, right? I'm going to have, well, here's the problem. Oh, here's the problem. That tank is probably going to be, like, if I'm pushing deep, that tank's going to be Krydle. Krydle doesn't have health share. He does have a spec. You know what? Let's change this up. Who else do we not have? We have tieflings? We have tieflings. We have a gnome. Oh, no. There's somebody else I could bring in? I don't think I do. To go somewhere else. We bring Krydle in. Let's look at it. Let's look at what it is. Let me get somebody in to fill this. Half orc? Half orc. We don't have a half orc in the party. But Krydle is half elf. So we're going to lose a stack here on. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. We're down to E51 before we level Krydle up. Now, here's the thing. Krydle has 2 options. You can usually buff Charismatic Leader, and that's usually where I go. Or you can increase his health. But normally I don't do this, right? Because normally, like, why would you want to increase his health? It doesn't matter. He doesn't even, like, he has no health upgrades, you know? So with Krydle, he'd be sitting at E51, unless you, like the norm with the Charismatic Leader, but you'd want to go health if you were using Yorvin. Not because you're trying to... Oh, he doesn't share it either. No, never mind. That's right, because he does damage reduction. So yeah, you'd still... It doesn't even change anything. You'd still want Krydle left spec. The health spec continues to be a failure. Alright, so you're giving up EO9? Between a stack... I'm giving up EO9 between a stack and... This is not a realistic party. But giving up EO9 between a stack and... and all that health. So that's a bit of a problem if you're trying to push super high, like past area 2000, which usually requires Krydle and or Myria, usually both maybe. So yeah, Yorvin wants to be in a team with at least 2 tanks, like actual tanks. With health share. We can bring in a goblin tank. See what 3 tanks looks like. Let's see what 3 tanks looks like. Max attacks power armor gives zaps the most health. Garlic has health share and is a decent. Yeah, I mean that's... Yeah, but you still want to go for the biggest buffs. Whatever the biggest buffs you can provide. If you can do that and have it be a health share, that's great. Okay, Zaps gets health, still E60, so that didn't change anything. Why didn't that? Because we didn't double anything. The health probably went up, but just not enough. So yeah. Everyone's health 104 EO8. 101 EOA. Yeah, it doesn't go up enough. So there's diminishing returns on that. You can only get the health up so high. The 2 tank seems to be solid. 3 doesn't necessarily seem to matter. Yeah. Well, you're not really worried about healing when you're talking about high level pushing. Healing doesn't matter. Or feet sharing health. Maybe. But you're losing 3 stacks. Well, this I have too many stacks in this party. We shouldn't be basing this off E17. This is just ridiculous. How high can we get it, math? This is not a functional party. But I do want to be clear that Orkira is a functional support and would give 3 stacks. Aarakocra, half elf plus Dragonborn, and is a functional support. The rest of this party is just, it's not the worst, but it's also not the best effective agency. Does Karlach share their health when they have this slug health? What does that mean? What's slug health? The tadpole. Yeah, it increases the amount of health they share. The problem is if we're using Karlach, we are losing a stack of the other. Hold on. What you would do if you were doing support Karlach, you'd be like here. But you'll note there isn't anybody else. There isn't another absolute adversaries in here, right? So E62. So we went down a stack, but up in damage because there's some more health. We get to 24 stacks of health. So oddly, the health getting lots of stacks of health is a bigger deal than getting lots of stacks of Ragtag Team. So if we were to do like something like this, oh no, that wouldn't work. Maybe we did her as the tank. And we got Freely. What's the charisma? Hitch doesn't even qualify. Like, that doesn't work. This would work. If we were trying to build a realistic team here. Lae'zel. For the tadpole stack, also the solid buff. All right. Ren and Tabaxi Barbarian. Ardo, thank you for the follow. Let's just level everybody up. System. What's going on? So let me just look at if I were trying to build some kind of combination of both, of stacks of species and functional pushing formation, feed into some things here. See where we end up. Okay, so I need 2 more. I was thinking like Valentine. Maybe go Shadowheart. Oh, Jesus, what am I doing? This really needs to be... This really needs to be this. I mean, look. If you're gonna do a melee DPS and you're not running a Holy Trinity, like, are you having fun? I don't know. So we're gonna do it like this. Maybe. Yeah. Everybody hitting really need to be hitting. Okay, so if we were doing something like this, I mean, we're already at like, why is Ren is the DPS here? What? Here's a problem. Here's a problem. What I'm saying, Yorvin may just be a support. No, we're down to E53. Yeah. It's just, it's such a big support buff that it's buffing other people. I don't think... No. Yeah, no. He's not a good DPS. He's doing everything he can here. He's got 25 stacks of Blood Fury tattoo. Oh, this isn't stacking. Why is that not stacking? Something weird with that ability is not working correctly. He was not a... I am sorry. Stokeroni is... he was not a mediocre DPS before. He was a solid DPS before. He wasn't amazing. He was solid. He was a horrible support. Now he's an amazing support and clearly a subpar DPS. If he's... I don't even have... I don't even have Rin in the DPS spec. And Ren is out damaging Yorvin. There's a problem with the damage calculations here. That feels like they missed the mark on the DPS part. That's where I'm always like, hey, champions, if they've got multiple tags, there's usually one that they're good at. You've got to figure out which one they're good at it, because they're not good at all of them. That's too bad. Because I would use Yorvin DPS at times. And now I just don't know that I can. I mean, you know, it'll still be possible, but the fact that we put him in, Harlock's out DPSing him too, by the way. Lazel's coming close. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Okay, let me look at the other account. The other account stopped shy of where we were going. Let me finish what it's doing so we can get in and unlock. Unlock Yorvin. Gonna take a hot minute, folks. What do I need to do? Okay. This is today's making the guide day, folks. This is Yorvin's primary. This is Yorvin's support buff. Other abilities feed into it much more than it feeds. Yeah, much more than it feeds into. Oh, but it's still good to build around. as much as possible. Which feats on other champions can help raise the total number of unique species. Okay. Okay. If I have all of them at least fully blue, I don't know what, like all your champions? Then a speed bonus is maxed. Hen and Evelyn are already full purple. Nice. So you're gonna get Yorvin, and then you need another champ. I mean, I don't. Let's cover it up. I mean, like Avandra works well with Blithrin. Kreidel is again one of two tanks that can exist at the end game. Nixie works with Avandra and Nixie are both awful ones. Kreidel is an amazing tank. Melf is a speed champion. He has a rotating speed effect. So if you already, if you're looking for options, that's what's going on there. But there isn't anything that's like, there isn't like, other than Diana, I don't know that there's a must-have right away. I think you're going to want Kreidel eventually because, again, he's kind of one of the only tanks that can exist when you start really pushing deep. But it kind of depends on what your priority is. They put for this one, damage reduction is marginal, while the damage boost with health can be enormous, as we saw. That was huge. So at least 2 tanks, a formation with Yorvin. Debating between Keelik and Kreidel this week. I mean, Keelik's a solid buffer who also happens to heal. Healing isn't the biggest thing. I mean, there's places where it helps. I lean into Kreidel. Kreidel, along with being a dodge tank, it doesn't need health. He just dodges the damage until he doesn't. Also has a unique team ability. Instead of sharing health, as I just was reminded, he doesn't share health. He actually kind of has a better ability. As long as he's in the front column, he reduces the damage the formation takes by 75%. Pretty big. Nobody else has something like that. Okay. The reset thing. Hold on. It has happened. So here's what I'm gonna do. Getting event details. Wrong. Wait. No, this is where I want to be. Okay. Yorvin. Hold on. Am I gonna have to restart? Let me restart. Hold on. It could be. It could require a restart. This happens a lot in this game. There are a lot of things that happen in this game that require you to restart the game. Let me see if that's what happens. Neither does this event lack many pre-stack champs that benefit greatly from gear. Generally speaking, in the history of this game, those kind of champions were rare. We've only started seeing more of them since events 2, in the last 2 years, we'll say. So the vast majority of these champions of the game, they were staying away from pre-stack because they felt it was too strong. They argue, Justin says, well, I haven't changed our balance philosophy. They totally have, because now they're leaning in heavily into pre-stacks. It was a huge switch in the way they balance the game. I'm not getting a reset for Yorman. I feel like it should have happened. Oh no, it reset Yorvin automatically. That's why. Oh god, I'm an idiot. Okay. Yorvin was reset automatically as a rework. It's the flex champions that we gotta check. Okay. Okay. Who do I want to flex? Crap. Who do I want to flex? I mean, I could flex Melf. Okay, this is what happens. So once you choose a flex champion, Yorvin gets it automatically. I forgot about that. My bad. Once you choose a flex champion that you have done anything for, it's going to pop up this box. Choose your path. You can either reset it or you can maintain it. So I'm going to reset. And all it's going to do is it's going to clear out my stars. I only had one there anyway. Okay. So now I have no stars. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Hey, backlog. Yeah, I mean, I think Diana's a must pick. I think Kreidel ultimately is someone everyone's going to want to have. Oh, and Mahen for gold find. If you don't have Mahen can be huge for gold find. MBT, what do you think is the priority for full epic and champions this event? I don't look at it that way. I mean, unless you have just outrageous amounts of tokens, chasing full epic isn't usually... I don't know. So like on my new account, I'm not... If I happen to get full epic, that's wonderful, but that's usually rare because I don't have enough bounty contracts to make that happen. So instead, what you're trying to chase is specific epics, right? Like there are specific epics that champions have that make them stronger. And so that's what you're looking at first. And then after that, you're looking at stuff like pity timers. Like, you know, where do you have a low pity timer? Where could you possibly pull another epic easily, you know, with the tokens that you have? That kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, if you got Diana, that's great. I mean, if you wanted to full epic her, but really all Diana needed an epic on was, in my opinion, is her speed item, and the rest could have been blue. For Mahen, you want epic, like I picked Mahen, so I got epic Grumpy and Gruff. All I cared about for him. What the heck is going on here? Why did the penguin disappear? Can we put something? No. So the penguin's there, but it's not showing up. Hold on, folks. Nope, we don't have that. That's not gonna matter. Hold on, I gotta get this. But yeah, I mean, so you're trying to figure out which epics are important. And you're trying to, if you get lucky and you get those, great. But like, you can't really, until you get a lot of resources, you can't necessarily chase that. That's not necessarily the way you focus on it. At a certain point, you'll have enough resources where, yeah, you can absolutely just be like, well, I have enough to full epic one champion, and then you choose the one that you think you're going to use the most. But still, it's, having lots of functional champions tends to be better than just one functional champion. And functional is just getting blue or better gear. Full epic is kind of a long-term phase. Like, you'll get there, you'll start full epicing at a certain point when you start gem farming more. But it's not going to happen right away. Can I just please get past this? So I can do literally anything else. No. Okay. Cool. Finished. Okay, thank God. All right, let's put this. No, that didn't work. I want the other. No. Oh, dang it, game. Why do you gotta do this to me? There we go. Oh. Okay. Wednesdays are always way too busy. The Wednesdays with events are always way too busy. All right. Go unlock Yorvin. Yorvin's got the bunny ears. Play out. I do not want you in there. I want you in there. I want you. Pikachu, I choose you. You. No, not you. You, and you. Okay. This run really, I mean, we're just gonna destroy this. Because we're not even gonna push deep. We're just gonna go to 50. I just want to go fast and furious for Yorvin, right? The fast and the furious. I mean, I'm progressing faster than I can level up the champion, so. Well, that was the wrong one, but we've got plenty of damage. Well, the Furious was a Yorvin joke because he's a bunny. But sure. Okay. We unlocked something. What did we unlock? Mert variants. Okay. Cool. Don't care. Don't care. Backlog. Thank you for 3 months with Prime. Speaking of backlog, I'm behind on chat. Dinah worth leveling past her speed buff? Sure. Why wouldn't she be? When you're leveling up if you're racing through content, leveling up the champion, all the champions, means you're getting their bonuses and you're able to speed further than you normally would. That's worth it. Going as far as you can, as fast as you can, is worth it. I thought getting to know variants were supposed to highlight the abilities of champions. The recent ones, yes. I can't stress this enough, folks. In the last maybe 2.5 to 3 years, the design philosophy on variants for events has changed, and they're all getting to know you types of things. The first 4.5 years of this game, they just created neat, different restrictions. Had nothing to do with, didn't necessarily have to do anything to do with the champions themselves. Be clear. So your comment is about Vola's placement in Mehen's third variant. Well, Mehen is not a recent champion. He got a recent rework, but been around a while. It was before all of that, so yeah. So it had nothing to do with the design of Mehen's variant. All right, let's do this stuff. We can go 3 tiers with this. So we're not just gonna go to area 75. We're gonna go to 600. We're gonna get credit for 3. Oddly enough, this one spawns ravens. This would be an interesting place if somebody wanted to. Does Zorbu still kill beasts? Do you still beast stack Zorbu? That's what would be going on here. Would be beast stacking Zorbu. Yeah. That's not. No, we don't want her. I wanted her. No, her. The other her. Okay, you're gonna go. Can't move you, so you're gonna go here. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'll put you here just in case. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so you're talking about variants that were created back before getting to know you was a thing. Back before getting to know you ever became a thing. All right, so we're going to try to go 600 areas as quickly as possible. Means leveling everybody up. Hey, Shevik. Everyone doesn't strike me as a fluffy bunny that I'd want to cuddle. That's because he grew up in the Feywild. He was featured on a documentary called Harengon's Gone Wild. I mean, he is a barbarian druid, so yeah. Okay, everything leveled up decently. For the first passive gold spin, let's throw down 15 minutes of potionage. All right, back to chat. I'm married in Hawaii. Nice, Backlog Battles. Congrats. If I had a budget of 25 bucks, what do you recommend I spend it on? Are you new? Are you brand new to the game? You're fairly along in the game. You have the second party. You have a couple options. Oh. No. A couple options. There is like this pack down here. There's a 3x choose your champion pack, which I believe is $25. And like this, it's going to have a scroll that lets you get a champion with green gear and 6 platinum chests for them. So you'll end up with, at worst, 5 blues and 1 purple, or 5 blues and 2, because you get an epic automatically. So 5 blues, 4 blues, 2 purple. You'll get a bunch of platinum, more than this, and a familiar and some other stuff, right, for $25. Alternately, if you go under, like, or you can look to see whatever's like on sale over here. And familiars tend to be generally useful forever. So here's like a 420 Blaze It B familiar. Off sale, just familiars in general. Cost. What cost? Cost? Okay. There's some 840s. I mean, you could pick up some familiars. Familiars are useful forever if you're happy with the champions that you have. But if there's any champions that you wanted to pick up quickly, quick and dirty, and have them, they'd have okay gear. And you'd have a bunch of platinum to spend on whatever you wanted, and you get a familiar with that 3x choose your champion pack. So, yeah. So up to you. I don't think it's worth, going all in on a single champion. And yeah, I don't know. Familiars are one of those things where, like, I don't feel like you're ever going to be like, I shouldn't have spent money on familiars. Like, you kind of, the automation is always going to be good at any point in the game. It's just, you got to remember with that, you're spending for quality of life. You're not buying power or anything, but you can always earn the power. Do we know if there's a way to see your platinum purchase history? No. You get, like, there might be a purchase history. Like, I think there's a purchase history on Steam. I don't know if there might be one on Epic. I don't know. I haven't looked. So the platform that you bought stuff on could be different. Scott Online, how's the Murder Bunny? Outrageously strong support. Outrageously bad damage. What is it? I tried to build a viable formation around him, and the tanks. Granted, it was Ren in tank form and Karlach trying to tank. They were doing better damage than Yorman. It's not great. Not great. Which were the important epics for Mahen? Grumpy and Gruff. Will eats familiars anyway. I was happy with the numbers of familiars I had, and then I unlocked Will, and now I need about 20 more. I mean, you don't have to, but yeah, Will rewards people who spend on familiars. He does, but but I don't consider that necessary. Not everybody's going to build around Will. I don't even do that on my main account. As strong as Will is, he doesn't go into my formations. He doesn't fit. He doesn't fit in a Karlach formation very well, in my opinion. Yeah, this is the new. Okay, so we want down the rabbit hole, maybe. And self-damage. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, so Shevik, the formation I'm looking at right up there on the top is what I tried to do. I got Ren in the front tanking, I got Karlach buffing behind, Strongheart buffing, Yorvin, Valentine picking up positionals and spreading them. I got Lae'zel or Kira freely, Miria, and Duke. So this is kind of a mix of getting solid health boost for Yorvin, which is huge for him, and unique species. And Yorvin can't set Bud. Ren is setting Bud, and Ren isn't even in DPS spec. They said the same. People were like, "Oh, they're good for Artemis." I mean, they potentially have a big buff, but they don't have positionals, so You know, they have one thing Artemis wants, and that's that they're a DPS support. But I don't know. Depends on if your Artemis formation can support Yorvin and make Yorvin's buff big. Sure. If it can't, then no. Then no. Okay, so I need to figure out what I got to do for the rest of this guide. I really got to do. I really do. I do. I gotta close this window because I'm gonna have to open a third client. Third client, who dis? Okay, where was I on? Oh, that's the wrong button as well. Okay. Damage reduction. Down the rabbit hole. Okay. Someone's gonna have to, you know, this is one time I'm allowing this to happen. If I either stall out on the main account or we clear 600, I need to know, because I am focusing on the guide at the moment. Oh, and I need to open a third. God dang it. Stop. Why? Oh my god, there's like so many, there's too many pop-ups when you start up the client now. Okay. I already had all those. But I don't actually need this one open. Well, no, I did, but I can open it later. This one can go in the picture-in-picture. It's the one I need to focus on. Okay. 8-second cooldown. Yeah, Yorvin's base attack going to 8 seconds was a choice. Oof. I don't know what. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why that happened. But I guess maybe they thought that the whole attacks once a second for 5 seconds, comes back, and then immediately attacks again. I mean, that seems fine. It's a 5-second base attack. Animation takes 5 seconds. Why wouldn't it be okay? But now it's like you go out and kill something and then you're waiting forever. Mentioned in the patch notes? Who reads those? Whatever. Okay. Ultimate cooldowns. That stayed the same. That stayed the same. Okay. Ragtag team. Ragtag team starts out at an EO7 value. Before anything else feeds into it. Your Diana's at 400% feats. Nice, sellers. Nice. Blood Fury Tattoo gets no upgrade. No, just danger sense. Environmental doesn't change. Okay. Up. Should soft cap, yeah. We're almost at the finish. But I'm leveling them all up anyway. And I'm gonna save that. Just in case. I don't know what his next one is. I don't know what his next variant is. We'll see when we get there. Okay, so there's ability notes and upgrades. Spec choices. Oh. Did they change his... Okay, we just passed 600. Awesome. Out of here. There's my extra chests. What I wanted. Go. Fangclaw. In each boss area, vicious rabbit boss enemy appears. Going full Monty Python in here. It must also be defeated in order to progress. If you'll note, I can't remember who was commenting on this earlier, but if you'll note, like here, there's no getting to know you comments. It's because this wasn't even designed that way, but even some of the getting to know you ones weren't necessarily designed that way. Because it was a slow process of starting to change them into ones that made sense for the champions. Gold fines reduced. Champions dex 14 or higher. Okay, go Fangclaw. Go Fangclaw. Oh my god. Human doesn't count? Ugh. Why is Human not Dexy? They're a rogue. Dang it. Why does a rogue not have Dex? It's because they're 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Well, actually that makes more. That's almost more of an argument that they should have a good Dex score. Well, he's supposed to balance otherwise. Okay, so who are we filling in the gaps with here? Well, I can go up here. Put Caddy Bree in the back. I mean, you've got to be dexterous to stand on. You either have to be you have to be dexterous, somewhat dexterous on the top, and the person on the bottom has to be strong. And the person in the middle has to be some combination of both. Right? I say this as someone who's held a juggler on their shoulders before during a performance. Yeah. I had a friend of mine in San Diego who was a performance juggler. Slim and shorter than me. So, you know, the low 5s. Slim but amazing juggler, and he would hop up on my shoulders and juggle in Balboa Park. Could you dodge an arrow while doing that? No, because I'm not dexterous. I'm not dexterous. That's what I'm saying. Like the kobolds are in there, you know, living their best life. Their dex should be higher. I mean, could I dodge an arrow while doing that? Yes. Would he stay on my shoulders while doing so? No. Hey, we leveled up our core. All right, folks. Hey, if you haven't seen me play the pipe game, I'm about to extend our flow here. We got full epic. When we hit level 5, I was able to do all this magic and get us full epic. And I guess we could go back and see if we've got some bigger buffs down here now. Did we get some better pipes? No. Answer. Survey says no. No, we did not. Okay. Here? No. No. Okay. So, can't fix any of that, but we do have a note up here and here. Wisdom 13 or greater. I think Ishii is, right? Yes. So this is a buff we want for Ishii. Okay. 180 flow. Yeah, I don't even got to be efficient about this, folks. I've got so much flow. All I need to know is, do we have the pipes? We have that pipe. Like, it really just comes down to, do I have the right pipes? Go. So I said, once you can get into epic, it's usually fairly easy to stay epic. Boom. And now we are epic all the way through level 6. Our buffs got even bigger. And then every time we level up, I will just have to come back down here and see if we can turn these into something better. We need a directed one here. This I could use component. We could do the upgrade mode, and I could component piece this, which I usually don't recommend. Yeah, I don't have enough. Okay. Because it didn't even change anything. So I'd rather, gotten that, but that's fine. We still need to get a better pipe here, just for demonstration purposes. That's what upgrade mode would be. I don't usually recommend it early on, because as you can see, it doesn't really do anything. Doesn't really do anything. one more dwarf, then you could have been Garmon. I'll tell you what. I mean, I had the stability to hold people on my shoulders. I did it a couple different occasions for different things. But I did not. I definitely did not have the dex. Not only to be like to dodge to move around like that very well, but I also did some stilt walking for a while with that circus. The circus we both worked with, and man, that was terrifying. That was terrifying. Being so high up. It wasn't. These weren't short stilts. Ooh. Absolutely terrifying. Like trying to walk through crowds on stilts, like with people around. Like you're just like, well, I am one idiot kid not looking where they're going and taking out my stilt from being in the hospital. Ugh. That was terrifying. My anxiety did not like that. All stilts are tall for a dwarf. This is true. This is a true statement. Okay, we're trying to go 800 on that now, while I go back to work on the guide. Spec choices. Do they get upgrades? No. They do not. Okay. But they do get an item and feed. Do need to give tips on them, or notes, I should say. Right. I'm hearing is if we got you stilts and another 2 doors. No, you wouldn't. That's not how that would work. Human cosplay would be you wouldn't be on stilts, and you wouldn't need 3 people. You would have something that sits on your shoulder that extends up, and the head would be up here, and then like the first kobold would be up here, and then you'd be the second kobold, and then you'd have the other kobold lower on your body. You figure that out. With the and you just have the gun out. You wouldn't need 3 people, and you wouldn't need stilts, and you wouldn't need body paint. No. Conversation reminded me of the painter that walked around in the background. Devin says, "Well, that's. I mean, honestly, I had a pair of drywall stilts. Those are kind of fantastic. Those are fantastic. Not only learning stilts, but those are stilts. I'm not gonna approve that, but yeah, that's why we didn't go there. That's why I didn't say it, Mylar. But yeah, drywall stilts are great because they move up around your leg, and you strap them in, and you strap your foot in, and then they've got a good foot pad that flexes, and yeah, and they're adjustable in height. Wait, did Guard give advice? What do you mean not to your knowledge? I literally answered your question on stream, but sure. Whatever. Oh, did I miss my opinion on Yorvin yet? He can be if the formation supports him, he can be an amazing support for you. No, you're not I didn't say. I'm just like, did you miss my advice? That may have happened. Maybe there was an ad break. But if the formation supports Yorvin can be an amazing support. We had him up to like an E60 on my main account, and that was like 300 item levels at shinies, like gilded. But he's not a good DPS. I tried to build a DPS formation around him with it because he's going to want 2 strong tanks, and he wants lots of species. So I used a Ren and I used Carlock, and Ren and Carlock were doing significantly more damage than Yorvin was. They really missed the mark on Yorvin's damage. If they were trying to make him a functional DPS, yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Okay. Oh, I remember what I was going to check. Did they change his achievement? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Great Modron March in May. No, he's not part of the Great Modron March. Crap. What's he part of? Hold on, let me go find it over here. Okay. Feral Bunny. Attack and kill 20 enemies, one attack. Okay, so it stayed the same. Okay, so his spec one, this spec exists. You can get his achievement. Really useful. Here's what I'm working on. But yeah, my advice was just, you know, you can either do the 3x choose your champion pack or go with familiars, because familiars are never really going to go. They're never going to go out of style. You're always going to need familiars, but you can unlock the champions any way you want. So it just kind of depends on what you. If you feel like you've got a decent set of champions and you're fine slowly collecting them, you don't have to do the 3x choose your champion pack. Yeah. But familiars are useful from the start of the game to the end of the game. They're quality of life. They're not power. But you can get the power in the game. Okay, so Eldritch Claw Tattoo. Each time you're in Spring Paw attacks during Ferocious Maul, an inky tendril of Eldritch energy shoots out and zaps a different random enemy, dealing 1 second of Bud-based damage. This goes up, though. This scales. On my account, it was like 13 seconds. Mana is increased by 400% of Yorvin as the Bud setting champion, which as we found was difficult to do in a meta formation, in a more meta formation. This gives Yorvin a wave clear if he's your DPS. Well, no, this gives Yorvin a wave clear as either your primary DPS or as a secondary. Waves as well as damage from enemy. Yeah. The monthly sub worth it? It is the most efficient spend in the game. That's this daily rewards to unlock the daily boost. Oh. And, I'm up in the top right. I'm up in the picture-in-picture. It's $5. You get it's $5 every 30 days. You get 700 platinum up front, plus 20 extra platinum a day from claiming daily rewards. That's 600 more. So you're getting 1,300 platinum over the course, some of it's spread out, but as long as you're logging in every day. Now, $5 is less than... care about these on this account. $5 is less than the minimum spend for 840 platinum, which is $6. So, you're starting off with 700 platinum for $5 as opposed to 840 platinum for $6. But you're then getting, all you got to do is log in for 7 days, and it's a better deal than buying the $6 of platinum, right? It's just you can only get it once every 30 days. So, I was pretty much getting it constantly on my main account. I'm not spending money on games at the moment. I'm not, but otherwise it would be the one thing I would be getting every month. the first thing I would be getting. Okay. Claw Tattoo make his base attack melee and magic for magic user groups? I don't think so. But we could. Yeah, let me hold on. I closed my main account. I could open my main account and I can check there. Just because it does bud based damage doesn't necessarily mean it's magical. I know that seems counterintuitive. Inky tendril, but I don't know. Sometimes they don't always do things as the way it seems like it should. But let's go find out. Let me go look. It would seem magical, but is it? I don't know. Let me go. Like I said, let me go look. So right now he's melee. Let me spec him into that. Spec him into that. Eldritch Claw Tattoo. Like it would have told us. It didn't change anything. Let me switch parties and come back just to see. There's some weird things with Yorvin where they're not showing up right if you don't kind of reload. Oh my god. Seriously. Hold on. Coming back into that party now. No, it does not. Yeah, it does not. That's something you could ask. I think it's a fair ask. You want to ask the devs on Dev Insights tomorrow. I don't see why it couldn't do that. Okay. Follow the Mad Rabbit. Okay. So it feels like Follow the Mad Rabbit is for short to medium pushes where you just want damage buffs that are going to ramp up quickly. Whereas Infectious Fury, it has the maximum potential damage, but it's only going to apply to a target Yorvin attacks, and only if that target is attacking the formation. So for the deeper pushes. All of his gear got changed. Crap. see if there's anything. I got to come back to. We'll come back to this. Oh, this whole section goes away. This whole section is going away. I'll refill that in. Actually, that one's probably the same. Okay. Let me go back to chat for a second. Which champions are recommended to get in the current event other than Diana? All things being equal, Mehen and Kreidel are good choices. Mehen for gold, fine. Kreidel for tanking long term. There are other options. I mean, you know, if you're newer, you obviously want to pick for split the party. You know, Avandra and Nixie work well with Blithrin because they're awful ones. Evelyn is a solid tank. Melf is a solid speed champion. Like, there's other options, but just depends on what you're looking for. Seems like a good value, but whereas other games you might play $60 once, that is a yearly spend with the $5 sub. Might play a game for 2, 3, or even 7 years. Does it make sense to pay $420 for a game over 7 years? If you're enjoying that game, yes. That's, yeah. I've spent more than that over 7 years on this game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, when I'm talking about the costs, I literally said it's the most efficient spend in the game. Did I say everyone should do that? No, you all got to make your own decisions about how you spend your money. It's the most efficient spend in the game, though. The most efficient way to get platinum. So if you're going to spend on the game, that's kind of step one, it feels like. Do I think the game is more like a clicker or an automation game? Neither. It's a formation strategy management game. It's a puzzle game at its core. Every variant that you're attempting to do and build a formation for based on the restrictions is a puzzle. And you've got to collect the champions and solve the puzzle. Right? It has automation features. It has some clicker features. You know, there's a lot of different. It has a lot of, like, it's taken some features from other games, but at its core, it's a puzzle game, not an idle game or a clicker. Well, it's compared to another game that costs $60 for 7 years. Very no Persona. I don't. You're kind of you. It seems like you're arguing from a biased perspective, like a perspective that you want to make true. Not everybody plays games the same way. Not everybody spends money the same way. So I tend to stay away from telling people how to spend their money. But I will say this: it is rare, but not impossible, for someone to spend $60 in a game and play it constantly for 7+ years and enjoy it. I buy all kinds of games. Also played a lot of free-to-play games. Ultimately, it comes down to each individual person, how they want to spend their money, and what they want to spend it on, and there isn't a valid argument people can make other than they're like, the only statements you can make is, please don't spend your rent and food money on games. Like, get rent and food taken care of first, right? Like, pay your bills first, then spend your money on games. The only thing I'm ever gonna say. But yeah, I don't think that's I think it's cherry picking. Like, you could name a game, but not everybody's gonna get constant fun out of one game for that long. And we're into an ad break. Yeah, Baishi Kira, I tend to, that is how I used to look at games. Am I getting the same amount of, like, if I'm getting a better value out of it than I am out of, like, going to the movies, then the game is doing just fine. But but that also is, depends on your disposable income. As somebody who has very little disposable income at the moment, I understand it absolutely can vary, but that's why I say it's very subjective to each person, and there isn't really, there isn't a right or wrong when it comes to that. Other than please don't spend your bill money on your games, uh, and make your baby mama mad at you like someone that I know. All right, we cleared 800, folks, just in time for us to get steamrolled. Yorvin's not a main DPS? No. Yorvin is not a good DPS. He can be an amazing support. No. They flipped him around. He was a solid DPS before, despite what people might have said. I did a lot of testing on DPS viability. He came in as a solid DPS, not an amazing one, a solid DPS and a garbage support before. Now he's a garbage DPS and an amazing support. All right, last one. We're only going to go to 450 here. I'm going to go 450 here. Because there's no reason to go further. Who did not go in? Yeah, that's fine. I forgot about that Wraith. Forgot about that Wraith. I mean, yeah, you got to keep in mind, like, Idle Champions isn't the same kind of game as other games either. So, like, even if we were going to compare, like, the most hours, I think, in the last 5 years that I've spent on any other game was Baldur's Gate 3. I did 3 separate playthroughs, and I could play through that a lot more if I had the time, but it takes a lot of time. I mean, it could take 100 hours per playthrough if you're just being I know some people that did a couple 100 hours in a single playthrough. That was like a $60, $70 game. It was worth it for me. Yeah, absolutely. I've put over 30,000 hours into Idle Champions, but that's calculated differently, right? It's playing in the background. I'm not necessarily actively playing it like you are with like a Baldur's Gate. It's a different value proposition, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just different. Just different. The fellow's online game budget was $400 a month. You play the game we were in for 3 years. Yeah, some people have a lot of disposable income. I don't, like, good for them. I don't have that. Used to play WoW. I stopped because I saw that I was only playing WoW because I was spending $15 a month and ignoring all my other games. That was a big thing that happened to me when I was playing MMOs. I wasn't playing anything else. I remember I bought like an Xbox. I had a bunch of games. I wasn't playing them. If I was coming home and to play games after work or on the week on my days off, I was sitting down, I was playing my MMO. And it wasn't even that it was because I was spending $15 a month. It was just literally that was the one that felt like I wanted to sit down and play the most. So yeah, that's why nowadays I am tempted. I like playing when we play some other games on here. I like playing games that are you can complete. Like there's a start and a finish. If it's super grindy and you could do it forever, which there are some of those that I enjoy, like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor and now the Conquest Dark that's in early access. There's a certain point where I'm going to grind up and then I'm going to stop until they add more content, and then I'll go play again. It'll make me happy. But I want games that I can start and finish. That's why I don't really play any MMOs on stream. It's like once you start into that, like it just there's this need of I got to log back in again. I got to make progress in the MMO. I got to log back in again. I know that feeling. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Everybody's got to figure out how they want to spend their money. I spent a good amount on this game over 7 years. I started off playing it not spending anything. I was playing free to play because I didn't have any disposable income. And then as I started getting more disposable income, I started spending more money on it because it made me happy. Also, you know, if people make a game you like that's free, support it if you can, right? Then it sticks around. But yeah, then now my disposable income is less. Now I don't spend as much. But yeah, I mean, if there's a game that you could play forever, cool. If you want to do that instead of spending money on another game, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that you can't, like, there's no reason to put that viewpoint onto other people. That's your personal viewpoint, and that's fine. Yeah. You also have to remember, I don't know how it works in other countries, but in the United States, the US tax code incentivizes you as you make more money to spend more money on a monthly basis, because if you don't, they're gonna take more in taxes from you. They're trying to encourage you to participate in the economy with the money. It's a silly system. It's why there's things like gold-plated phone cases and all kinds of ridiculous stuff that make no sense. Because the more money you make, the more you actually have to spend, and they got to find that they got to spend it on something that fits in very specific niches of spending. You can't just donate it, which would make sense. You can't just invest it, because that's not. They want it out actively in the economy in better ways. It's annoying. So they want people living paycheck to paycheck. Exactly. Well, not really. It's just when you're making a ton of money, they just feel like it's your responsibility to put, instead of just sitting on that money, which happened in the long distant past, and not using it to like stimulate the economy. They want you spending it. Living paycheck to paycheck is more of a that's a thing that comes from keeping the minimum wage in the United States low, instead of keeping it at a very low rate that doesn't make any sense, instead of being reflective of what it costs, of the cost of living. That has to do with that. But I was saying that, you know, people who have a very high budget for games, A, they have a lot of, you know, discretionary income. They're obviously making money. But B, at a certain point, you have to spend the money, or else the government gets pissy here. No, you're not to blame for money topic. No, not an issue. It's not the first time we've talked about, you know, spending in games on this channel. But it all comes back to the same thing. Like everybody has to figure out their own. Everybody has different amounts of disposable income, and you got to figure out how you want to spend it. Which is why I actually prefer what you asked, which was, I have $25 I want to spend on this. What's a good place to put it? That's better than what are the best purchases? That's so difficult, because I don't know what level of spending people are comfortable with when they ask that question. Beats all have to change. I gotta fix them all. I'm just gonna delete this. Okay. Move this over here. I need a template. Nope. I already have that one. Go over, stop it. Event champion template. This one. This is the one I want. Okay. It's not about having more. It's about your income rates. Yeah. You just said what I said, though. The first 5K gets taxed at the same low rate for everyone. Then the next is at a higher rate, and then the next. Yeah. That's what I said. Yeah. Anyway, this is I am basing my statement. No, I didn't say that, Death Job. I don't. Oh my god. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. When I was growing up, my family worked for a bunch of car dealers, multi-millionaire car dealers, and they literally, like, they would talk about it openly about how they would buy and sell things constantly. They were getting tax benefits by spending money on a regular basis as opposed to just sitting on it. This is the basis of the conversation I'm making. I have never been a multimillionaire. I do not know. I'm also not an accountant. But and do I know that there are ways that the rich can hide their money and get around? Yes. Good Lord. Oh, but let's go back to the actual topic is people can spend their money however they want. Jesus. All right, whatever. It's not. Do you get event tokens from patron quests? Event tokens just come from playing the game. It's one every 25 seconds as you're playing the game and killing things. And then you can get more from bounty contracts. But Pharaoh being able to pay less than minimum wage for some jobs with tips. Oh yeah, tippable jobs, it's lower than. And then also if you're disabled in the US, they can legally pay you less than the minimum wage. Garbage. All, what I 100%, it's all garbage. The label's important. If so, what do they mean? New champion, rework champion, year 7 champion. Well, a new champion means they're brand new to the game. Reworked means they're an older champion that is getting a rework to make them hopefully more usable. And then the other things about what year they are, that's the year of the game they came out. And there are variants in this game that ask for champions from specific years. So it can be. It's just they're just giving you information. Remember somebody said a while back you were getting double chests as rewards? For tier 2 variants and higher. Yeah, that's the worth the wait. How long it take to get to end game without spending? I have no idea. There's so many different paths. I don't know. Concept is Hollywood accounting. We didn't make any profits off this movie that made billions in the box office with a budget of 200 million. That's not. I don't know. I think the worst part. I think the worst part that's going on is when they're writing. They spend the time to make a movie, and then they don't release it and write it off. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Why is Yorvin all alone? Because I'm supposed to be working on the guide, and I'm not. So is the new champion also technically year X champion? Yes, this is year 8. This is year 8 of the Idle Champions events. Oh, hey, we finished. Big end. We finished this. Okay. Admiral Sprung. Okay, that's it. So I've done all but variant 3 for all 3 of the champions. I need to flex a champion. And I wasn't thinking about that at all. I guess if I'm gonna build this out as a speed account, then I just flex Melf. This is gonna be a speed test account, so I need to pick up Melf. Oh, this is just 50 areas. I don't even have to do anything. Because it's the unlock. That's all that matters. Yeah, no, I'm talking about, I would literally, by Shakira, I would literally, that's why I said, I was talking about the ultra wealthy multimillionaires and up, which is not the norm. Not the norm. But they would literally like buy cars and boats off each other. As long as they hadn't done it before, it would count. It was such, it was a hot mess. It was a hot mess. Like growing up like blue collar, poor, and dealing with their hot mess of a reality. It's the worst. You think that's the average wage? Oh, I would love to make that. How can I get an average job then? That'd be great. It might be, but that's not. I don't think average should be the way we should. I think when we're talking about wages, isn't it median that would probably be better? I can't remember this stuff off the top of my head. Isn't median the one that you want to use for where the majority of people are, instead of just looking at the values? Because average would get screwed up by the people that are making hundreds of millions. Tell me what the median one is. Yeah, death job. I mean, there are businesses that pay less taxes, like successful major business like Amazon and stuff, that pay less taxes than like school teachers. Freaking ridiculous. It is tax evasion of some kind, not money laundering. It is tax evasion of a certain kind, but it's been made legal. Like, hey, as long as the lawyers make it legal, then it's fine, right? No. 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 All right, honorable discharge for Melv. Each champion can only use to be 50 unique area. Great. Why did I choose this? Oh, you can't put links, Laylokin, but their link said, according to a government website, the 2023 median is 43,000. I'd still take that right now. I know it's in front of the play screen. I'm not doing anything. I'm just reading something. I have Yorvin all epic. Should I use scales on him? If he's going to be a support for you, yes. He could be a real big support. Mostly just depends on the way your income comes in. Doesn't have to be a wild amount. I get paid 28,000 taxes this year. I can go buy a new toy and write the whole thing off. Yeah, that's the messed up part of the tax structure, right? There are things like you can. They tried to explain this to me. I was in high school at the time, but like they can literally just buy some things. Like they can either give the money to the government or they can buy and have a new thing. We can't use your zealous. Yeah, that's Twitch doesn't allow that conversation to happen. I want to be clear, zealous. That was Twitch shutting that off. Speaking of taxes, time to pay. I had him DZ, I had him up to like E60, but that was building out a very specific formation. So realistically, somewhere in the 40 to 60 range. That was with a level like a 300 item level shinied thing. But I had a decent number of stacks and a decent amount of health. Yeah. All right. So I got to do this. This is annoying. Each champion, this is a manual play variant. Each champion can only be used to beat 50 unique areas. This was fine when it was 1 tier and you had to go to 75. But now I'm gonna go to 600. So I'm gonna use we're just gonna hop in. Deacon starts out here, so he's gonna stay in. And we're literally just gonna click our way through this. Hopefully with Deacon, we'll see if there's an armored thing. Maybe we'll bring in a tank. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. But we want to go as far as possible with as few champions as possible. Because these suck. Actually, I don't even have to... No, I won't use a fire breath yet. I'll just use click damage. Oh, Yorvin's art is fantastic. Oh, 10,000 item levels? Yeah. E80, sure. Huh? Makes sense. Does it make sense that you support Pigments on Karlach if she's your main damage dealer? Yeah. Because it boosts the champ damage of all champions, including her. Right? So like my Karlach on my main account has 6 tanking pigments, 6 support pigments, and 6 DPS pigments. Because why not? Why not? Because she's my main. All right. Back to the event guide. I'm gonna have to try to watch when that clears 50 or doesn't or something. I don't know. Okay, defaults. Selflessness. Okay. Selflessness. Brawler. I could spell. There's an event one. There's only one event one. Shadow touched. And how many others are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 11, 12. There's 12 more. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. Got a lot of feats, folks. For I guess it's, in case people start taking a lucky rabbit's foot, right? No. Not it. That's not it. Garwar, Jesus. Come on. But I mean, if you were a rabbit, I feel like you'd want some spare feet around. What the? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Hold on. I screwed something up. Shocker. Okay. Let me look at this again. What did I screw up? Here's 4. Then we go 1, 2, 3, and then a shop feat, and then a chest feat, and then a gems feat. Okay. And then 2 chests, and then gems. Oh, I missed it. Chest, okay. And I missed something. All right. Are we done? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? No, we died. Why did we die? Because it's a freaking elder brain. That's why. Freaking elder brain. So we need a tank. We need at least a tank and a damage dealer. Every 50 others. What does it mean when the button next to the upgrade button for a character flashes and arrows start going over their picture? Do you mean this button? Play to misery like this? Are we talking about this button with the sword? That's I'm upgrading a champion. I'm spending money to make the champion stronger. I don't know. The arrows going over the picture. You must have something turned on that I don't. Why is this? Okay, they grayed him out, but okay. I see what they're doing. I'm like, why is that not available? Let's go with Regis. Regis for 1,000. No. And I don't want to do that again, so let's do Nayeli. I don't have to click through that again. Let's do Nayeli and yeah, like right now I'm upgrading and I'm holding the button down, I'm paying a lot, and I'm upgrading the champions because I have a lot of gold, so I can upgrade them lots of levels. Are there any other other than BBG, any other minion type classes? Oh, yeah, they don't always go well together. BBG is the only one that has a constant stream of them. Viconia can basically raise dead, and they'll fight for you on the screen by just basically pulsing out bud-based damage. But she's only a support for evil DPS. The one that says the cost of the next upgrade, the one next. Turning purple as you click the upgrade. I've got nothing turning purple for me as I click an upgrade. I don't understand. Like, so here, look, this button, you click to upgrade, but this button down here just shows you what the next upgrade is if you hover over it. That's all it exists for. I don't know. They don't explain any of this anywhere in the game. It's just kind of intuitive. I definitely know there's a bug. Yeah. There's definitely a bug that makes it change to different colors. I reported it on stream the other day. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Wish there was an upgrade to max keyboard shortcut. We all do. Anybody who's able to get to max on area 1 wishes that existed. because it creates an incredible amount of lag and just it takes an incredible amount of time to level up through all the upgrades now. And if you can afford to go to max, you should just be able to hit the button and go to max. I've done the Orphan Guide yet. Trying. It would be done if right now this variant is killing me. Wait. Oh, because I flew through a few. I was like, why is it letting me go further? Because I went a few areas past before putting these two in. I should just... Yeah. I mean, this means technically all I really need to do this is tanks and enough damage to click through stuff. So, honestly, here, let's just put in sentry. Okay. All right, back to the guide. Furry Fury is the name of one of the feats. Wow. Okay. Okay. Nope, I did these wrong. Oh my god. What did... Fire Leader Grappler, different strokes. Motley Crew, 59. Yeah, these were all right. Ink of Rage. Furry Fury. Yeah, where did it go wrong? Oh. Okay. Let's see what happened. For some reason I cut instead of copy. All these up. Okay. Actor. Actor. I am an actor. Alright. Helplessness. Champions by 10%. Angel Champions. How we do? We still going? Still going. Okay. Grappler. No. No. What? Oh no, that is it. Okay. 40%. Okay. Crew is gonna be 80. Good raid. Oh no. Oh jeez. Copy the wrong thing. Figures. Figures. Alright. Trying to be efficient, copy paste stuff, and then I copied the wrong thing. To 5%. I'm really curious to hear the argument about keeping the damage reduction part of his kit, because I feel like it's garbage. Feels pretty garbage. Just do Yorvin and Thalor instantly completed it first time. I've had that happen. Oh, you must have had a lot of favor. Wait, no, that's... Oh my god. Okay. Now that I've finally got... He's got a lot of feats, folks. Now that I finally got them all in here, I gotta figure out which ones are... Flag the ones that are decent, I should say. We know which ones are decent, more or less. Running. Tag team 40, 80. Okay, so what we really want is like the different strokes. Pushing. I don't see any reason to use the damage reduction. Prisma is Zerial. This is situational. Feels like. Tattoo. Yeah, I don't know. Rest feels situational. Somewhat situational at least. Okay. How are we doing? Carol. Barrel's still barreling onwards. All right. Barreling forward. Okay. This one's super annoying. But it really does feel like just taking your time. Not using champions. Your best bet. How much further can my click kill? 268, not much further. All right. Then I'm going to have to start building some formations, just limited formations that do just enough damage, but not too much. Okay. What are Yorvin's rewards? Tier rewards. The tier 3 is the feet. Touch feet. Tier 4, 3x. Marvelous. DPS. Pigments. Interesting. Don't put them on Yorvin. That's my advice. But hey, he's a DPS pigment delivery system, so. I don't know. If anybody else is seeing better results with Yorvin DPS, let me know. But it looked real bad. I mean, he was third on the list of. I was trying to make him the primary DPS, and he was third. Two tanks had better damage than him. It just feels bad, right? Again, I don't know how you think that was a good idea. Big stretch. How do you figure that out? Click kill. The area, so that you can click kill to the area that is equal to the level of your click damage. So down here in the bottom left, here, I am at level 270. That means I can insta click kill up to 270. At least. In an event, I could go a little further. In campaigns, I might go a little less, but roughly area. It's roughly equal to the area. So I park a familiar down here and I let it click. And I let it click. We put Dragon. Dragon makes a good tank. Now we're gonna put Arc on it. Let's burn a bad tank. Your formation was weird because you have Valentine, but it seemed like a good idea. You got him to take Bud by moving him to a different spot. But did their damage go down or did his go up? That's a silly rule to try to follow, J-Dog. I mean, that might be accurate mathematically, but you can literally just say the area level and the click level, and you're going to be pretty spot on. I mean, not perfect, but good enough. People shouldn't have to do that kind of math. People shouldn't have to do that kind of math. I don't know. All right, so there's that part. What else do I need?
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
True Spec, thank you for 3 months in advance. Okay, everything else looks fine in this. Okay, I think Yorvin's guide might be done. Oh, no, it's not. I need items. I need to open up the other client and get the items out. Open up the other client, get the items out. That sounded horrific. There's sort of downside to speed potion where mobs are just coming in too quick and you get overrun, where on a slower run you could take it. Generally speaking, no. Generally speaking, it's just speeding up the process you would be going through anyway. There is an interaction with Ishii. Well, with anyone, if you get a champion, there's interaction with any champion that you're utilizing, like Strongheart and Duke Ravengard to get to max attack speed, like animation cap, or Whittle and Alindra to get to animation cap. It's noticeable most on Ishii, where when you're getting to your wall, it's less about enemies streaming in and more that the game can't count the number of attacks correctly with the speed potions going, so you have to pause them. It's just, yeah, it's just a function of Ishii's faster, harder, stronger ability. I don't think it's a thing that matters for any other. Oh, and Strongheart can't get his max stacks without it either. So there's a potential damage issue with Strongheart and Ishii. But it isn't just about there's too many enemies coming in. Yeah. Okay. This is going to continue going. We can only get to 287. So going forward, I'm going to have to switch to Fire Breath and an actual party. This sucks. I got to go to 600. So I need a group that's going to get me 550 to 600, 500 to 550, 450 to 500, 400 to 450, 350 to 400, 300 to 350. Eat this. Yeah, and then one right now to get me. Wow, it's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot I'm going to lose. I got to make sure I have a tank for every one of them. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Oh, that's fine. Right. Wait, did I? Hour and 8 minutes. Okay. Technically, we could use. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to use Calliope. Self-shielding. The damage we need 73. Can I get Calliope up to 73? I cannot. So I actually have to use another champion. We use Jarlaxle. We'll use Jarlaxle. Can I just abuse Bud to get through more than 50 levels per group? No. No. Bud's gonna fall off. I mean, if I wanted to build a high, Bud falls off over time, and we're not flying through this because we don't have speed champion. Also, when we get to the Elder Brain, you gotta be able to click through it. And with Bud, you're gonna sit there forever because you only get one click every 5 seconds. A definition of used in this variant present be in the formation of an area you haven't passed. Saying it would, what you're saying is you can Bud spike it. Well, let's go find out. It's easy to find out. Nope. Nope. I started with Deacon. I can't go back and use Deacon. You can't go back and use Deacon. So no. Not how it works. That would be the definition of a variant that you clear via Bud spiking. Literally what Bud spiking is for. Oh, it looks like I was going to get to 300 anyway. Dang it. Dang it, Jarlaxle helping me out. Gold find. Said before to use the corrupted gems to buy pigments. Correct. What about the chest? I'm just going to say the chest. No. No. All the chests are traps. Did you say you should try your first Trials run solo? Correct. Why? A, it's going to give you a better understanding of how Trials works. B, it's going to allow you to knock off 2 achievements really easily that otherwise you might never get if you get bad luck. As a new player, Melf is undoable, right? Not true at all. I don't know what that means. No? As a new player, tier 1 is all you're doing, to be clear. Unless you have a lot of power from somewhere, but yeah, tier 1 is new player power tier 1. Early game power tier 2, mid game power tier 3, and late game power tier 4. But there's also, I guess, a qualifier and some restrictions of you also have to have collected champions. Like to burn in a variant like this one. But you would only lose 1 champion, or you would only have 1 removal of champions if you were doing tier 1, because you'd just lose them at 50, and then you just have to get to 75, and you could get from 1 to 50 with just a couple champions, and click damage or fire breath potions. So it's totally doable. But trying to get further on this is ridiculous. How many is it? It's 24 sets of losses to go to 1200. Is this doable at 1200? I mean, I guess if you have enough favor, you can click through for a very, very, very long time. Very, very, very long time. Yeah, so maybe. Yeah, go and click damage as far as you could do it, yeah. I'm just trying to keep a champion, at least a champion. I should have just used one here, because we were still getting gold. I think you misunderstood me. You can't add champions that have already been removed, but you can avoid losing any more just by using new champions. What? Oh, okay. So it's the qualifier of a champion counts as being used if they're in the formation at any time during the attempt that beats an area for the first time. Okay. Yeah, I did read that wrong. Well, it's interesting. Again, but I mean, spiking your butt is gonna allow you to push through the areas. I guess that's gonna be real weird. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it. That's a lot of annoying manipulation, if I'm being honest. But so tier 1 and tier 2 were doable easily. 600 is just annoying. 1200 feels like I'm definitely not flexing Melf on my main account. Yeah, it is a weird bud spike strategy. It is a weird. It's just you can't reuse the champ. Like in a normal bud spiking, you can't reuse the champion, or you can go back and fill out your formation. This one's just weird. This one's just weird. What am I gonna need? 600. E215 bud. No, E162 bud, excuse me. E162 is what I'm gonna need. They change. Yes. Yeah, he had her on the unlocked on the bench when he started to still use it up in air. Yeah, I would ban. Yeah, I would imagine the game would consider that. So my click level is 316, but because I'm in an event, I can click further than I normally would be able to. Health scales differently in an event. So can we get up to 350 and I just have to put a tank in to deal with the boss? That would be nice. I already used sentry. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I'll be able to do this. Somebody's got to stay alive. Who do I want? I'm gonna turn this off. Who do I want to burn? You just put. We're gonna try something. We'll try this out. I'm just gonna just put him in for one area and then pull him out and have it not count? That's what we're gonna find out. Like, will it start counting, or can I just pull him out and then click kill through everything? I don't like any of this. Honestly, unenjoyable. I should say that. Find this unenjoyable. We there yet? God, we're not there yet. Yeah, only his Briv went on the level on the boss level. That's what I'm gonna try to do. Yeah. Hey, thank you very much. I don't who anonymous user. Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate that. That was to my drone crowdfunding up there. You know, a water distiller in the house, so we don't have to buy tons of distilled water constantly for humidifiers and stuff. Okay, okay. Crib jumped. Crib jump. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was silly of me. I need the copy pasta. Okay. Trying to update that items for you, Irvine. All right, that should be done. Where are we at? 370s. Right. Yeah, Moreland West. It's super annoying. It's super, super annoying. Super, super annoying. Okay, Jorvin's guide, I think it's done. I don't know. If there's a mistake, someone will be sure to tell me. That's one thing I One thing I know about this community. All right. Jorvin. Edit. Paste. Boom. Okay. Here's Jorvin's reworked guide. And now I need to go to Modern March and edit it in. Come over here. Not where I wanted to go. All right, ran out of clicks. We ran out. There we go. Okay, need to level up a bit more. We're still stretching that click damage. I bet if I threw like a gold find potion in, we could go even further. Yeah, we're running out. All right. See what happens. Okay, let me catch up in chat now that I'm done with the guide. The zone's Briv jumps count? That's a good question. Technically, they shouldn't because you're not completing them, but I don't know. And we're all out of bud. So lost without you. Okay, so we're gonna try that thing. I mean, honestly, if it doesn't work, I really don't care. If it doesn't work, it's like, eh. Eh. We're gonna try to build a full formation. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Here's the problem. Where did I put on Indra? Here. She goes 3. She can go in the back. He can go in the back. He can go up here. Oh, tribal throne? Wilson. And chunkage on the... Well, this won't matter. I would chunk on the boss. I'll do Dragon Bait. Alright, let me just level everybody up. Different account. Yeah. So on my... Whenever I start a new account, I make the champions look at me so that I can remember. That way I remember them on the new account. I don't actually accidentally spend money or something. Or do something I shouldn't do. So it's just a way for me to remember which account I'm on. So my main account has the OG Steam UI, which is the profile pics. And then any other account has them all staring at me. And I keep that as a hard, fast rule so that I always know I'm on which account I'm on. But I'm not on my main, basically. The main is the only one I usually want to spend money on. Yorvin better buffer than Volo? Nice. Debuff spec does have the highest potential. Like the fourth spec has the highest potential. The third is solid for just straight up without having to worry about stacking up debuffs and stuff. Okay. Park those. E223. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna save but it's fine. And I'm gonna just remove them all. And fire breath potion. God dang it. That freaking that escape menu. May ever charm. Alright. So we do this. So now we do this. Until we get to the boss. The big boss, the Area 50 boss.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Jacksack, thank you for 21 months. Appreciate it. All right. So we will just throw Briv in on the boss each time. But the potion is connected to the level of click damage. No, the potion literally says that it is connected to your bud. Adds a number of seconds worth of your bud base damage of each click. In reality, I believe it replaces the click damage, but doesn't ultimately. Ultimately, the bud is such a larger value that so we're doing 208 damage per click. Well, over that, 173 seconds times this. So it's it's actually higher than that. Oh, is this the? I forgot. Folks, we don't even need a tank. I forgot. Because I never do this, but here it makes so much more sense. Technically, if you don't have... This is dumb. I don't use that word. I use that word very sparingly because it's ableist. But this is dumb. Technically, if you don't have a champion out to die, you can't fall back a level. So, yeah. Yeah. What is Bud? Bud is base ultimate damage, BUD. It's if you hover over this, it's the lightning bolt symbol. As it says here, your bud is based on the DPS of the highest hit that any champion has recently achieved against a single enemy. This value slowly degrades over time until it's replaced with a bigger hit. Ultimate attacks and fire breath potions do damage based on this number. So do certain abilities. So what it is literally your damage per second. So it takes the highest hit, it divides that hit by your base attack speed to get your actual damage per second. And that's your bud at the start. and then it slowly decays over time, which is why our bud was 223, but now it's dropped down to 182 because it's slowly going to decay until you do it again. And so right now what we're doing is we're riding a bud spike. I sent our bud through the roof, but then I pulled the party out, and we're using fire breath potions to ride that bud spike as far as we can go. The area-based monster health is at the bottom of this tooltip, so we can go a ways on this one, and then we're going to have to go back and spike it again. I can't believe I forgot about that. It's because I really just avoided it. I've really avoided using this hack of basically not using tanks when you're supposed to be using tanks. Yeah. But this is a thing. This is a thing you can do. As long as it's not moving towards you, because it's a stationary boss, you're fine. Stationary meaning it stands in place, not that it's paper. I will use that joke every time. Every time. Oh, I need to update Blitherin's guides. And Grimm's, great. And probably Beetles. Do I need to update Beetles? Oh, I know. Yeah, I do. Okay. Alright, I'm going to update all of those. Dang. Alright, do I need this open anymore? No. But I also don't need it just sitting here. I don't know that they designed the variant around this. I'm not talking about bud spike. I'm talking about the fact that a stationary boss can just sit there and you don't need a party in. That wasn't in their design. Their design intention is for you to put a party in. Let me be very clear. That is their design intention. That doesn't mean we do it. Oh god, I did flex Melf. Oh, I flexed Melf on my main account. I hate myself. I'm turning that account off. I hate it. I hate it. I'm so mad. Alright. So mad. I just shut that account off when I realized I did flex Melf on my main. I'm going to have to go 1,200 areas on my main. Oh, hate it. And the notary, is it worth creating better blacksmithing contracts? It is the total number of item levels. What it's doing is for people who are creating, tens of thousands of blacksmithing contracts, you can just turn them all into legendaries and not have to click as many times to consume them. If that's not you, then you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Okay. We got a Modron component chest. Did we? Yeah. That's not a very good one, but it is a directed T. I'll take it. That's Yorvin. That's Mert. Right, we'll open these. Because, we're not really chasing anything with those. I mean, we want feats, but we're getting those another way. Okay. 5 Electrums for Yorvin? Will they all go to Yorvin? No. God dang it. Yorvin. Oh, and Melv. Which I hear grabbed a blue. Alright. Well, that's a problem. So Yorvin has 1 item. Melv has 3. Great. That's not how I wanted that to go. Just get you 130 favor, no problem. I mean, on my main, I'm that might be possible. I don't think it's worth it, though. Worth it and possible are always two different things. Jorvin looks much better. He is now a huge support. He is a bunny beast of a support now. Valdemar. If you build slightly around him, you don't have to go all in on him. He needs like 2 tanks with Hell Share and then some separate species, but yeah. Trying to max out the species is not super rewarding. But you do need 2 tanks with Hell Share. That was a huge deal for him. Oh god. Our bud dropped. Who let the bud drop? Who let the bud drop? Who let the bud drop? Okay. And then go away. There we go. I said what I needed and now I forgot again. Oh no. E162, yeah, we're gonna be fine. Plus Spoilers has got up to 18. Well, that's fine. I got 17, so I feel good. I was happy with 17, but here's the thing: is I don't think that was helpful. I don't think it was a functional formation. I don't think it was, and I don't think that it scales that well. But maybe with tens of thousands of item levels, it does. Previously, Jorvin was very much just a DPS and couldn't support worth anything. Got a blacksmithing contract for having more item levels in the cap. Correct. Does that happen every time? If you go over a cap, yes. Was it common at later levels to get item levels beyond the cap? Well, there's 2 things that can happen. One, what they're talking about is like the cap on your slot 6. Like, so if mine's 501, but I get a dupe that takes me to 512, right? Let's say. When I restart the adventure, it's going to refund me 11 item levels because I went over the cap. Now, if then once I'm at 501, I get a natural shiny drop on this, the cap lowers to 251 or 252, and I get 250 item. I think it's 251. I get 250 item levels refunded as blacksmithing con. That's what happens when you go over any cap. This was a quality of life thing we asked for a long time, because for a long time, if you got to 501 on this before and then got a shiny afterward, those item levels were just sitting there, wasted. And after years, they finally added in the refund. Oh no. My bed dropped. Trying to do that without using the fingers that have cheese on them was difficult. Well. Chopsticks, no. Yeah, I don't. I do not like to get anything food related on my keyboard or mouse. They're difficult enough to keep clean without getting food on them. Mm. This is not. Oh, I'm like, why are we falling back? And then I realized the fire breath potion wore off. Okay. Well, pour a dump would work if it wasn't, if there weren't like big like pretzels and chips and stuff in there. But no, napkins, and I'll clean this off. All right. I mean, I could take the bag and just crinkle everything up and they'd all be tiny little pieces and then just be like, ah. But that just seems uncivilized. No, that's the word. I wouldn't care. I don't know. I mean, that would function. I guess I enjoy the crunching of all of it. That would remove that enjoyment. That would remove that enjoyment. Why are we dying now? The butt this time the butt fell off. Okay. Why are we dying this time? All right, we're almost there. Then we can do something that isn't so silly. Is Joyce discovering a bag of Cheetos behind other snacks in the pantry? I guess. I don't mind Cheetos. I'm just not. I like this. I like these things because it's a mix of things. You know, not so much because of the cheese. I mean, the cheese is nice, but like it's got pretzels, it's got nacho cheese Doritos, it's got Harvest Cheddar Sun Chips, and it's got Cheetos in it, right? So it's the mix of different like shapes and crunchiness The flavors are good. I don't know. Kind of like eating the Gardettos. I don't even know what the name of that stuff is, but it's got basically it's got like the sourdough chips in it along with other stuff. It's like just all the different kind of crunchiness, there's textures of crunchy is good. I like it. This is so silly. Yeah, Idle Champions is a formation strategy management game. And in this variant, the best way to manage your formation is to not put one in at all. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, we're going to finish this and we're going to immediately jump back and spike our butt again. Giggity. Empty glass is the best glass, yeah. It's really nice gourmet popcorn place nearby, but they bought into some weird puffed corn pyramid scheme. Now they're terrible. Oh. Horrible. Yeah. We got, I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was at Christmas time. Right after Christmas, the pharmacy had like all their tins of the 3-way popcorn on sale, like ridiculously cheap. Like a couple dollars for like a tin of popcorn, you know. And so my mom bought like 5 of them. And I was like, that was a great buy. Maybe we should have bought a pallet. Like, because it's like, you know, it was butter, it was cheese, and it was like caramel. The caramel wasn't great, but the cheese was pretty good. So yeah, that was a snack that we had for a while. At the pharmacy, well, yeah, like, you know, like a CVS or Walgreens or whatever, they've got like many, you know, they sell all kinds of stuff. I don't know, they sell all kinds of stuff. It isn't just drugs at a pharmacy in the United States. It's basically a corner grocery store, is all it is. And so overpriced. I'm like, don't buy stuff there normally. But when they have holiday stuff and it goes on sale, that's when you go in, because then it tends to be pretty good deep sales. Yeah, it's just a small store and it has a pharmacy in the back. Oh, and a place to develop photographs. No, does it even have that anymore? There used to be. There may. There was there's a place you get your photographs, your pictures developed, usually in the corner of the pharmacy too. I don't even know if people do that anymore. I know physical media still exists, but I don't know if it makes enough money to have be in those stores anymore. Yeah, develop photographs. What century are we in exactly? Yeah, what it is they take your digital camera, they go in the back and they just print it out on a printer for you and bring it to you. That might be what it is. They literally might do that. They literally might do that. I think this is a really good picture on my phone. Can I get a print of it? They probably do. Probably can. That would be the smart modern way to do that kind of stuff, right? Just get a high quality printer. Printing digital photos and photo quality paper is a big part of their business. Interesting, yeah. I don't know. What I do know is this Voyeur variant was super annoying. I don't know if I want to do it again. I don't care about that. Oh, Twitch payout. Nice. That was a pretty good payout last month, folks. Nice job. Nice job. Appreciate you. It's funny. At one point, it was the Twitch was the low number and the and my Epic creator code was the big number, and they've reversed roles. They've completely at this point they've completely reversed their values from back when I started doing this. Which just means at the Epic people just aren't using Epic or aren't using Epic and my creator code. All right, we finished it, folks. We got to 600. That's all I care about. Get out of this. That was more than I wanted to deal with. Only champions with int of 13 or higher can be used. See, this is more of a realistic restriction. But to be honest, we could do it once again. We could just do this. Oh, that's sad. That is sad. But we could. Get hitched. Oh, okay. Wow, Eliwick, sure. Always be Eliwicking. We're doing like a hitch DPS, maybe? Wouldn't suck. Shockingly. Sure. This is probably fine. Yeah, I mean, who knows? This month, you know, there might be more. Yeah. You never know. There was just back when I got that, there was an enormous influx of Epic players. And so it stayed pretty high for a while and then just slowly started dropping off. Also, I can't really advertise that on the CNE streams. They're like, you can advertise that on your own streams and in your guides, but not on our stream. So I can send people to my Twitch channel and people come here, and that's great. And then I try to tell people, hey, you can go in there. Also put it, you know, it's in the guides, but I only have 19 event champions that aren't wearing green gear. Uh-oh. I already got Diana Scavenge Electrums. And I've claimed all the others. At this point, I should just wait for Electrum naturally. You kind of do. That's a lot of event champions that aren't green. I don't know what. Did you get them all after you scavenged all the Electrums? That's weird, but it could happen, I guess. I mean, so it depends on what kind of champ. Like if they're in the event right now, what I'm gonna have to do with these champions that we just so I've got a list for this. Hold on, preset, green or better. So I need to get Yorvin to green or better and Melf to green or better. And what's going to happen is since I don't have a lot of Electrums and we're not going to get a whole lot, I'll have to buy the chest packs for them. Right? I mean, that's what these tokens are for. That we're say I've got rusted gears. That's what they're for. And so I will supplement that to just try to get them their stuff. So if we come over here, like I would do Yorvin first. I'm going to say that's probably at least 3-pack. And I'll just open his silvers first. And there, we got him at least whites. So we're a step up. He still needs more, right? Still needs like 4 more. Which is annoying. And I could wait and I could do the Electrums, but I'm also going to need Electrums for the champion next week. So it's like, do I wait and get them now? Do I use the ones next week? Some combination of both? Probably what's going to happen. So, like I can just come back and I can go, well, give me 4 just in case we get lucky. What do we get? Nope. Yes. The 3. Nope. And then I even had 2 cards. Nope. Yeah, okay. I'm not getting the greatest luck. Not getting the greatest luck. But that is one thing you can do once you're out of Electrums. In the event, you can work this way. I get scared about doing too many. Because Yorvin's gonna end up with a lot of Electrum chests anyway. So I think probably what the better, or not Electrum, a lot of gold chests. Because he's gonna get more from worth the wait. So at this point, I should probably just come over here to Melf and spend some on Melf and see if we can get lucky. Or I mean, there's a white he needed, and there's a white he needed, but we really wanted greens, and we're just getting whites. Yeah, just again, not great luck. But I'm now running out of currency, right? So when I run it, when I completely run out of currency, like there's 1. There's 2. Okay. Then I'm waiting on Electrum chests or currency, right? So Yorvin needs 3. Melf only needs 2. So I could just go spend the rest on Melf. Oh, I can only buy 1 more. Okay. That makes it easy. Get it? Didn't get it. Okay. So I'll wait for the rest now. Because the reality is, I mean, Yorvin got I have 18 now gold chests for him, so he's gonna get 2 guaranteed epics with a shot at a 3rd. The 2 guaranteed would be at 14, and they'll have 4 more, so we can beat the pity timer on one of them. We can beat so the first one pity timer will be at 4. We don't want to beat that. That's fine. We want to beat the pity timer by a good amount on the second one, and then we'll have a shot at 3. Melf's going to have fewer gold chests available. Well, would have, but then we just bought a bunch of packs, right? Can also use the patrons chests. I hate doing that, but if you're getting them for free, you can drop those for greens. That seems so inefficient, but you can do whatever you want to do. It's just make an informed decision about it, right? Get a patron merit lets you unlock 4 more recently. Yeah. At that point, it's just so. At that point, when you're doing like time gates, when you're getting them out of the patrons, it's rough. I did that as well. It's rough, and it takes a while to get them up to greens with Electrums to dig yourself out of that hole, right? With time gates, at this point, you really then do have to try to push decently far. You don't have to like treat it as a favor farm, but push decently far to grab a bunch of silvers to make up for the lack of Electrums. Right? Definitely been running into that issue now with where I've been going like at least 700 areas in my time gates just to grab some silvers to help get them on the path to green or better. Are champions with legendary better in slot than champions without 100% of the time? No. I mean, you'd like to say yes, but I guess, look, there might be one legendary that apply. Like, you never know how many legendaries are going to actually apply to the formation you're building. That's the thing. So I don't want to say 100% of the time. No, I don't want to say 100% of the time. The vast majority of the time, maybe. I mean, but you're saying just same item level. That doesn't mean anything either, because the champions own power levels. Like, you would have to say if two champions have the exact same power level, buffing level, but one of them has, like, in their buffs, in their base abilities, but one of them has legendaries, is that one going to be better? But the majority of the time, yes. But I can't say every time, because if the legendaries aren't helping out that primary DPS, then they're not doing anything. Is there a limit to the number of times you can run a time gate on a champion to get more chests? No. However, understand that when you do a time gate for a champion, when you select them, the area goal for those 2 base adventures goes up by 50. So functionally, you can, if you do the same champion over and over again, you're making it hard for yourself. So when you do a manual time gate, but when you do a manual time gate for a different champion, the area goals for all other champions go down by 25. So if you're trying to, we always said, if you're trying to farm gear for champions, find 3 that you want to gear up via time gates and rotate through them, because then the area goal stays low, right? And you're gearing all 3 up. And if one gets full epic, you just pull them out and you put a different one in, and you go and you just continue that 3 champion loop. I mean, you could always just, do it over and over. If you know you're going to be going to area 1,000 anyway, you could always just keep doing that one until it gets to 1,000. But then you're going to have to rotate from that point on. Right. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Like, why is this taking so long? I forgot to potion it. Fire breath potions are actually functionally are a speed effect. Functionally are a speed effect. So we want to go 800 areas. Yeah, that's silly of me. Let's see if we can get Eliwick a better hand. We want one more. We want 3 gem cards. We're greedy nowadays. There they are. Good job, Eliwick. That's what I'm talking about. 4, hey. Employee of the week. Employee of the run, more like it. Well, item levels don't affect legendary effects at all. Legendary effects are here. We'll look at Caddy Bree. So Caddy Bree's item levels affect her base effect here. Increase the damage of all champions. Having a legendary effect on this doesn't change this buff, and these item levels or in even gilding don't change the legendary effect. The legendary effect is listed separately. Increases the damage of all champions by 30% for each champion with a dex score of 13 or higher, level 1. For each in the formation. So that's a level 1. The only thing that changes the legendary effect power is leveling up the legendary effect. And you do that in the Forge by clicking the upgrade button. It costs you scales, and it costs you an order of magnitude of favor, which is why we recommend doing what we call Forge runs, where you go to wherever that favor is You do a deep run for favor while you grabbed all your favor, E30 or higher if it was Torms, hopefully. At the end, before you complete, then you upgrade all the items that are related to Torms. Because then once you reset, you have all the favor back, and it's like you didn't spend anything. Right? Because of how favor works. But upgrading legendary effects is the only thing that boosts a legendary effect. And legendary status doesn't change your base item ability at all. They are two separate things. Like, you got to think of a legendary effect like a pigment. It goes on the item, but it doesn't change that item, like its base effectiveness at all. It like takes an unrealistically long time for her shuffle buff to stay. Oh, you mean for the number of cards pulled? It's because of the length, the time it takes to reset her ultimate. They just, it's one of those. They got into a string of creating champions that have abilities that want you to sit in an adventure for an outrageous amount of time. I just don't. What are we up to? Gems, 18,000. I think I was trying to be good and save up for a 50k speed feat. So I'm gonna not use those. I'm gonna try to be good and not use those. The time to draw a card isn't helpful, I'll be honest. That time to draw a card feat on Eliwick. Here, let me go show you. This one. Starry's Love decreases the requirements to draw a new card by 40%. This is for gem farming. This is to get 5 gem hand or 5 card hand as quickly as possible for gem farming. It doesn't help you with this Greatest Song in the Multiverse, which is counting the total number of cards you draw in an adventure. It doesn't make this faster. The only thing that makes this faster is reducing her ult cooldown timer. So capping it. That's it. Yeah. Sangler is just okay. Yorvin as a DPS is just okay. It was actually worse than the tanks I had in his formation, but maybe that was a placement issue. It looked fine to me. But Yorvin as a support is now pretty amazing. Yeah. Yorvin as a support was bigger than. Well, I guess I haven't looked at Vlithrin's numbers on my main account now that I've geared her up. Yorvin's support numbers were pretty big and I only had like 300 item levels. I should go look. I should turn that account back on and go look at Vlithrin. Are there any DPS champions that do an AoE attack as their base deck? Yeah. What do you mean most? I don't know what most means. An AoE is just an AoE. It's not. There isn't a most. It's like, does it do an AoE or not? Who does the most damage? I don't know. That's subjective. That's always subjective in this game. There's a shirt. It's the first night of Avalier from Critical Role. But there's lots of I don't think anybody really differentiates anywhere like who's the best multi-attack, single attack is Artemis, usually what people say. Multi-attacks used to be Krond. I don't know. Callan, it's whoever you have that does that the best. I don't know what to tell you. There are a lot of DPS in this game. And ultimately it comes down to like gear and stuff. DPS. Who do I remember off the top of my head that does AoEs? I don't know. Doesn't Karlach smash in a little AoE? Krond has a spec for it. Patty Bree has a spec for it. Minsk does it. But he's not good at it. Zorbu has a line-based AoE that was solid. I don't know. Dark Urge can spec into it. Yeah. Yeah, what Snobberger said, there really isn't a best DPS. They're thinking about the game in the terms of what's the best DPS is a bit of a trap. You got to just figure out who your best DPS is. And having an AoE isn't always necessary because of Fire Breath potions. Fire Breath can be your wave clear. Is Grim an AoE? See, I don't even know. Finwin's a multi-hitter though. He's not AoE. I mean, he has wave clear. There's a difference between AoE and wave clear. Multi-hitters and AoE champions can have wave clear. Yeah, I thought Karlach cleaved a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really. I don't know. Unless I'm in a situation like the only one I care about that I pay attention to is like who's going to be good if I need multi hits for killing an armored enemy. AoEs. I don't feel like that's. I don't feel like that really is super important anymore because of fire. You can kind of get around that with fire breath. There are some champions that can give an AoE to other champions, but I don't know. They didn't really. They didn't really differentiate power between the different types of base attacks. So it was a little odd. We're in an ad break, but this is going to be subscriber only content. Like I would have liked to have seen single target do the most damage. And the longer the base attack cooldown, the more the damage. Like scale in that. And then multi-hit have kind of the medium damage and AoEs being the lowest damage. Not super far off, but because you're getting different benefits out of them, right? They didn't do anything like that, which is fine. I'm not saying that would have been enjoyable. To me, that would have made sense, right? You're splitting up your damage amongst lots of targets as opposed to just punching someone real hard in the face, right? But they didn't really do that here, so it's all over the board. There's some AoE that's good. There's some AoE that's bad. There's some single target. Everything could be good or bad. Yeah, and now you've got a lot of supports that have bud-based damage, yeah. But again, I mean, your biggest supports with bud-based damage are the familiars out on the field. Right? So, I don't know. I don't think there's a need to like the only time you really need to consider the attack type is when you're dealing with armored enemies and you need a multi-hit DPS to chew through them as quickly as possible. Because then you don't want single target and you don't want AoE because against an armored enemy, an AoE is basically single target. Yeah. Because if you end up putting in a like whatever is considered like the best AoE DPS in your account, you might be doing less damage than if you went with a single target DPS. And your wave clear is actually better with the single target DPS. Because you could throw down a fire breath potion. Or just kill in general. You might not be able to kill with the AoE. Alright, 440's in. I'm gonna go 800. It's not too bad. Only 3 minutes left though, so it's taking longer than I would have liked. But yeah, so many questions about like, you know, what's the best DPS or support or tank? It's like, it depends. Depends on what you're trying to do and why what it is you're looking for with that. Like, is there a specific variant that needs it? And then it becomes subjective to your account based off gear and item levels and legendaries and like I don't have like even if on my main account I had 10,000 item levels on everyone and I had level 20 legendaries. One of like a given formation I build could be different than somebody who had a similar stats, like the exact same account, because their legendaries might point at different people. So even then, it might not work the same. I should spend my tokens on this event? Yes. They're all epic. I mean, if they're all epic, then great. Then even more yes. Most champions are used situationally. I was thinking, I mean, if you have someone that you want to focus on, that's fine. But usually the answer is, like, if you're guaranteeing full epic, then the answer is distributing equal item levels. Unless there's someone specifically that you're trying to focus on. Like getting Diana epic with like 150 or so item levels in both of her feats gets her speed capped, if not close. I think I had a shiny on it, but so, you know, something to consider. It's super efficient on her. She's a great speed champion. Better than Melf, or you know, she gives better return for the item levels than Melf does because you don't have to go as far. And she's gonna help you level up your Modron better than Nordum, right? So I don't know. Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah, so you got Diana speed cap via feats. Yeah, I mean, distributing fairly equally will get fairly equally strong. I wouldn't put a lot into Nordum. He doesn't deliver on anything except for the Modron stuff, and even then it's really he gets relegated to a background party. You wouldn't have him in your active party until you've really super invested into him. There is a point where he's going to overcome your speed party, but like one of the members of your speed party, but who that like, well, it kind of has to be Diana. So overcoming Diana means it's like to make it faster XP gain for your Modron core. The big bar to jump over. Guess that's something I'm gonna have to test when I do speed tests on this account. Oh, they've already chosen who they want to pick. That's fine. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Avandra is solidly useful in a formation if you need a tank. She's not amazing, but she's useful. I don't know that I've ever used Melf as a support on purpose. And I never wanted to, like, Nordum is last choice for a support, so it's about all the commentary I can give there. You're going to get a Discord server boost so we can have a Gar server tag to rival the Gem one on CNE. Probably not. Is that where that came from? Oh, probably not. If you don't spend them, they spread evenly at the end of the event as chests. Yes. Well, I don't know if it's evenly, but it's randomly. You definitely want to make those choices yourself. But once you're full epic, normally if I can easily get full epic, then I'm trying to just keep item levels similar, because I can, from the event tokens, because I can just, if I want to boost a specific person, I do that with blacksmithing contracts. Like these. These that are going to go on. Nope. Nope. We moved over one. I was like, that's not Eliwick. There we go. Eliwick shifted over a seat because of new champion. Because of new champion. There we go. 372. What are we looking at 4 cards now? 246. So we're over 60% now. Okay. We're at 61.1 something percent. It does one for each until it can't, and then it's random. Yeah, good to know. I just try to spend them. Jaheira is still a good early game DPS. Jaheira is a solid DPS and support. Sure, through the mid game probably. Just about anybody can be good through the mid game. Just about anybody. But Jaheira was solid. The only thing that I think halted people super getting into Jaheira after her rework was that I think literally the next season Birdsong got a rework, and so people were like, no, Birdsong, because Birdsong was Birdstrong. Yeah. So, and generally you're picking Birdsong over Jaheira. I'm gonna need more medium fire breath potions. It is so wild. The apothecary, I mean, I'm sitting on 52 large speed potions because I've just never needed to use them. The apothecary is wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, I got my Jaheira from the shop, from the patron shop. Whatever. One of these patron, yeah, this one. I just forgot to set the skin for it. The problem with doing that is you get no gear whatsoever. That is a big problem. But since I wasn't planning on using Jaheira anyway, because I had Diana here and I had Volo here, like I was already using Diana as a speed for almost everything, and then Volo for pushing. Jaheira wasn't coming in to do anything, so it didn't matter that she wasn't going to get any gear. She was just helping me get to Zariel. Just helping me get to Zariel. Shandy is beating Hitch on Bud. Wow. That's rude. Hitch too smart? 13's fine. Huh. What's triggering that? Oh, I know what's triggering. There we go. There we go. I know what's triggering that. I keep forgetting that Calyx is buffs non-adjacent. I forget it all the time. All the time. Yeah. I use one of every push in every variant no matter what? Why? I mean, you can do whatever you want. But, you know, I mean, most of the time, the only functionally useful ones are click damage and speed. Goal find for it usually just a deep farm, and these for the deep farm to help you get there. But that's, I don't know. Everybody can use their potions however they want, but I mean, I even have BBG who would give me more damage for using all those potions. I wouldn't do it unless I had to. Unless I was like trying to find some way to get a little more damage to beat the boss, like the final area on a variant, then I might pop all the potions. Yeah, all potions are useful for breaking down into more speed potions, exactly. Honestly, on this account, the most useful potion has been this legendary speed. Because it, we get one vessel a week out of the daily rewards. But the way I play this account, that lasts me a week. So it's just constant high level speed, and it's amazing. It's amazing. If I'd realized just how good it was, that would have been the first thing I would have tried to aim for when I started this account, was getting that legendary speed potion running. But again, highly specific to the way I play this. Because when the stream goes off, I don't have a party active here. But it's not that, Trupek. It's that when the stream goes off, I'm not using this specific party. And the legendary is tied to this party. So when I'm offline, I'm doing stuff over here in a free play, in a patron free play. So this doesn't tick down because there's no party active. Yeah. And then it does seem to tick down slower than the normal, than real time, which is great. But when I'm not using the party, it's not burning the time. It's not Trupek, and I hope it stays this way because it's far more useful to everyone like this than just 24 hours when you're only going to be really playing for what? I mean, if you sat down for a whole day, you'd really would be playing maybe 8 hours straight. No, that's not. And then 16 hours of it go away. So, yeah. Otherwise, otherwise then it's only just for 24/7 gem farmers. That's silly too, right? Yorvin doesn't come with DPS pigments, but you can get them if you complete tier 4. Just don't put them on Yorvin. Almost there. This will be. We did the first one. This is the second one. What's the third one? Oh, it's the ultimate one. Ugh. So this one isn't like the restriction is that you have to use Melv. And then it just slows down your progress. Oh, I didn't see the new skins. Yeah, that's freaky. What the hell, Yorman? I like the pupper though. Chase the spaniel. Yeah, we knew that was coming. What was the other? Warforged Evelyn. Does the feat make her a construct? Do we have a feat that makes her a construct? Or Warforged, I guess. Does she already have one that makes her Warforged? If not, that was a big swing. That was a big miss, not having this be a glitch feat for Warforged. Because canonically, she was a Warforged for a time. Like she became a construct. But yeah, I don't have access to her here. I don't remember. Pull up, see if I have her guide updated. When did I update it last? 2020, August 2023. She might not have all the current feeds. Good chance she doesn't have all the feeds. I don't see one from back then. I don't think there's ever going to be a pigment scavenger. I mean, you kind of have a support pigment scavenger in the one that in the champ that picks up corrupted gems, right? Kind of. Not great, but that's kind of what it's doing. Right? Hold on, I'm opening up my main account. See if I can get. Let me just look at email. Does not have a Warforged feat. Why would they give her a Warforged skin and not give her a Warforged feat? I don't understand. Yeah, Eric's one of the best gold find champions in the game. He also scavenges corrupted gems, which is not an outrageous amount, right? Oh, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. There we go. Enjoy the blinking white gem farm screen, folks. I probably need to sit down and redo that gem farm. Oh, we cleared 800. I wasn't looking. Hey. Yeah, 24,000, but it's slow. Yeah. It's slow. All right, wheat from the chaff. We're only going 450 on this one. Which is good because it's going to be slower because the only enemies that could take damage are the ones that Melf deems evil. So we're about to die here because we didn't have a tank in to start. Ridiculous. So we actually want, well, no, that's the effect. I don't care about the effect. If that boosted the number, that made him judge all of them, that might be useful. As it is, it's not useful. Yeah, he doesn't think they're evil. It's a silly mechanic. Silly mechanic. Oh my god, I didn't get it up there fast enough. Crazy. Crazy. All right, the speed, please. The speed to champions, please. Thank you. Anna, Allywick. Let's. Oh, Human. Like, what am I missing? Human. There we go. Get humans up. Going. On and pop it. Yeah, jumping in boss to boss. If I wanted to put, I guess I could put my Briv in. I don't know if he's got any stacks though. Let's see. I can't jump boss to boss. But do I have stacks? Oh, I got stacks. I mean, this is going to make it faster. It doesn't even have to be boss to boss. Just skipping, you know, half the areas will make this twice as fast, right? Isn't that how math works? Yeah, this was not a great idea for a variant. But, you know, look, they tried all kinds of event variants. That's the thing with event variants, they experimented with them. That's why they said, no, you can't do them again, because sometimes they were, you know, outrageously bad, and sometimes they were way too good. This one, you know, not the greatest. I don't think it's the worst. It's not the greatest. You have a 4-jump Briv and load it with scavengers. Would they all scavenge as he jumps? It depends on the text. Depends on the text of the ability. Hold on. So 10% chance of scavenging 5 potion reagents each time a boss is defeated. Doesn't have to get the kill. And I think it comes out of the boss bag. So if it comes out of the boss bag, then Briv jumping bosses in a free play would do this. Where you run into problems is like Ishii. Some people consider Ishii a scavenger, and she's not. She has to get that kill, so it wouldn't work for her. But it looks like if the scavengers all read that way, then yes. Also, Black Viper creates a red gem in the boss bag, so you get that when Briv basically jumps by, grabs the bag as he jumps over the boss, and then you move on. So whatever would come in a boss bag, then you would get. The red gem bag. It's not a red gem bag. It's a red gem. You can get a Black Viper is a champion who she has a jewel thief ability. So she creates a red gem occasionally in a boss bag, and then you collect it. And the more red gems you collect, the better she gets. She up to a cap. Everybody's waiting for her rework because there are people out there who have farmed millions of red gems, and they really want that to have been worth it. And there's a troll part of me that hopes that it isn't, because it's like, why would you do that? It wasn't even. I never said that was going to be a thing, but there's a nice part of me that does want them to get something from that. A lot of times the troll part's going to win out. Fuck. She keeps them forever. She's a permanent stacker, but to a cap. And then in the run, you still want to earn as many red gems as possible, because in run she gets a ramping bonus based off the red gems that you collect during the run. But then she has another ability that scales based off the total number you've ever gotten. So we need speedy supplement and speedy supplement at some point for testing purposes for Melf, but that's not a priority at all. At all. So Melf's speedy supplement is his speed ability, and as you can see, it's right now with a level 4 green, it's 65% chance to get an extra enemy, or to speed up the spawn speed like Whittle and Deacon, or to double the quest drops. And it can go over 100% and get outrageous. But it rotates every 50 areas. Well, it doesn't rotate. That would actually probably be better. It's random. It's basically, it rolls a d6. 1 and 2, you get this. 3 and 4, you get this. 5 and 6, you get this. If you want to think about it that way. And so you could get the same thing over and over and over again with Melf. And you might get the suboptimal one over and over and over again. Oh, Black Viper is one of my favorite champions. So Black Viper used to be my favorite champion in the game. And then Mayhem came out, and then Mayhem became my favorite, and Black Viper became second. And then Karlach came out. So there's my top 3. But it has nothing to do with the playability and just everything to do with their art and their lore, and yeah. I will say Black Viper heavily influenced by how good of a job Vivid Vidka did cosplaying, not just cosplaying her, but playing her in Dice Camera Action, especially their live show that was basically they didn't have a DM for it, and they were all in costume, and they had a stage set, and they were moving around and interacting as if it was a play, except it was all improv D&D. I believe Felicia Day was there and had the best accidental pratfall ever, but it was really good. Yeah, I used to have a link to that. Hold on, let me see. There it is. That should be it. Yeah. They had a lot of people. They had 3 Black Halflings were there. Black Viper. Where's the... Xavier Woods was there. Wow, I forgot about that. Was that his first appearance? Maybe it wasn't 3 Black Halflings. Hold on. That came later. No, it was Xavier Woods and Malik. It was Xavier Malik. Okay. Man, I totally forgot that was when he started doing stuff. Cool. It's really good. That's if you only ever watch one episode of Dice Camera Action, watch that one. Not you won't necessarily know what's going on, but it's super entertaining. It's super entertaining. But Black Viper's Vivid Vivka's cosplay is just always on point. Always. Is totally going to spawn questions of why isn't so and so in the game? Reasons. Reasons. No, I don't want to talk about it. Ugh, Eliwick, what's with that crap hand? But yeah, I don't think I've seen another. They were like trying to experiment with like ways they could do D&D at a live event. I don't think I've seen anybody do it like that. Uh, Again, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know about it. That could entirely be possible. That was pretty cool. But it was interesting because they had to come up with a way to play, like, do a live episode without their DM. Without their DM. They're doing live events all this year because it's their anniversary. I just saw the rebroadcast uh of Total Party Kill. Wasn't that was that what it was? Um Man. Unexpected musical sequence, and I was here for it. I was great. Yeah. But a different idea. They were still sitting down and playing D&D, and that's not what's happening in this one. They are up and walking around like it's a play, and occasionally they go over and they roll a dice. So some dice, some dice. Yeah, that was the Chicago one. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed watching that. But I guess they're doing a 8-part whatever their Daggerheart, that's it. Daggerheart thing next. So we'll see. I will try and watch it. I never got super into their Daggerheart stuff, but maybe if they're gonna do like because it was just every now and then, maybe if they're doing 8 episodes in a row, I might actually care more about the story. One shots are hit or miss for me at times. Even though I like performing, I like playing one shots and streaming one shots. It's just watching one shots isn't always. I guess it just depends on who it is. If I don't get into the story, and I just didn't get into the story of their one shots. I did like the Honey Heist one shots. Those were great. They had some one shots that were good. I just didn't like the Daggerheart ones. Taking forever. Riv's making it faster. It's still taking forever. 60 more areas. About halfway to the gems needed for another feat. Or for another, feat. Who was I getting it for? Human. That's what it is. We're going for Human's, carefully balanced, the 80%. That's what we need next. Thresher was great if you like Candela Obscura. Yeah, I didn't. I had started watching the Candela Obscura stuff, and I watched some of it, and then just eventually was like, not really my thing. Hacking for Paxi Setter was quite fun. Yeah, I watched all of that. I always enjoy those. They're always a little wild, and yeah. I did not know. I don't follow his antics. I didn't know Xavier won the championship belt. That was cool. They came out with it. I really wish we could have ended up with Bobby. Bobby Zimmerski in IL Champions. That would have been great. But that's a man. That would have been a complicated get. That would have been a big round of applause to whoever made that happen, because getting through all of the legalese of, okay, it's an AC Inc. character portrayed by someone who's introducing themselves as WWE superstar Xavier Woods. So you're introducing WWE, and who is actually a different person. like who is their own person. That's some layers to get through legally to figure out how to make that work. Yeah. They didn't light the show up. Yeah, well, they had fixed lights for where you're at. The issue is more that the people didn't stand in the lights for that, right? It's less about like, hey, look, if the show, they don't have a moving light, you're not supposed to be moving around. They lit it over to a specific place. They lit it in a specific place. I don't think he plays D&D, does he? John Cena, isn't that's the you can't see me, right? I don't know if the whole point of Xavier Woods is because he's in AC Inc. He plays AC Inc. But I had really totally forgotten that he was in that Dice Camera Action episode. That was a long time ago. I gotta bring that up again. When was that? 6 years ago. TwitchCon 2018. Good lord. Yeah. You assume that J-Dog, you assume that this game creates a large income source for, enough for people to bother with. People can like money, but if they're already making enough money that this isn't really matter, then this doesn't really matter. You don't know. We don't know how much people make. Especially if it's got to go through the blender of it's not just the creator's character, but then they're using a WWE name and AC Inc. and it's part of AC Inc. And the CNE gets a cut. Who knows? Who knows? What's that for, J-Dog? I don't even know what that's for. I don't know why we're going off on all these other wrestling champions when it was specifically a conversation about the fact that Xavier Woods is part of AC Inc. And it would have been cool if their character had been added to the game to be part of the AC Inc. affiliation. None of these other people are part of Acquisitions Incorporated, so that doesn't really matter. Although now if he is, I guess. Also, now with Dave. With Dave. What a name. Hi, I'm Dave. All right, we cleared 450. I don't know. I'm totally getting distracted. Melf's Vigorous Variants. All right. So we have everything done now for everything that we're going to be capable of doing now for all 4 event champions. I do need to set my trials run up. I just got to do 425. Did anyone play the Drawn Brother or son? No, because that's a recent addition. Certainty had been around, like referenced for a long time before they finally decided to make her a playable character. And Bode has always in his appearances he's always kind of, I don't know, been a little iffy about whether he would even live or not. So yeah, I don't know. But that was a pretty full table for them to have 5. They've had 6 before, but usually that's not how it works. Depends. It's usually a smaller table at PAX East and then a bigger one at PAX West. Still call it West. Prime now? I don't know, whatever. Do those. That one. Ended up with 13 Melfs and 18 Yorvins. This is really from the worth your weight, making it a higher number. Still don't want to open any of them because they're not full green or better. And I'm not in a hurry to use either of them on this account, so it's fine. Definitely need more contracts, though. Whoever I pick last, who am I going to pick last? Is going to get the shaft. They're not going to get a lot of gear. Comparatively, or item levels comparatively. I guess I kind of have to pick Nordum, don't I? Because again, we want to do speed testing in the future on this account. And the best way to, we already have Diana. So we're going to need Nordum to compare at some point to compare, like at what break point does he become better? If your speed champions are capped, like if Diana is capped, at what point does Nordum produce more XP than Diana? That's what we're going to need to find out. So I guess Nordum's going to be the next one. Not normally how I would make my decisions. But we're just going full speed at this point because we're about to shelf this account. We're not going to stream it much longer. I'm just going to turn it into a speed test account. I'm going to try to get some hard verifiable speed data for champions. I didn't even look at what's our progress. Oh, slowed down. Yeah, now we're getting more into the normal progression of day 1 doesn't take a whole lot off. Wasn't the highest, but wasn't the lowest, so I'm fine. I'm fine. I guess he's not. He needs rework. I asked on when they announced Yorvin, I was like, why did you pick Yorvin over other champions who needed more, who maybe need more love? And they're like, well, he was at the lowest usage, and I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, you need to come up with better usage metrics, because just because somebody parks someone in a background party cycling, you know, for like scavenging or Nordum, doesn't mean that they're actually getting used like in a functional way. They need to be functionally useful. But I don't know that they really care. I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah. He doesn't really have a decent buff. He has like one buff, and then one real buff, and then he's got his Modron boost. Like he was a function of a time when they felt like, well, if they've got like you can't give them like a big ability like that Mordron core boost and also give them a big buff, and it's like, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. But back then, it really felt like they didn't think you could. Yeah, not everybody has Volo. Can't make assumptions about who people actually have unlocked. All right, this is going to get done. I mean, this is easy. 425. We're going to breeze through this. But the time has come for me to go to dinner. For me to go to dinner. All right. So tomorrow, what are we doing? Finished all the event stuff on this account, so tomorrow it's probably back to patron stuff in Icewind Dale, just to see how that turns out. Because I've never really looked at that as in the early game. We got like one more variant to do for Mert. We'll get an idea of what that delivers for patrons after Avernus. And then Friday, new game. I'm gonna promo a game that I got a promotional key provided for. It's not even out yet. It doesn't even have a demo listed, but I have access to the demo to promote it, so people can wish list it if you want. We're gonna play that on Friday. Come by for a surprise new game on Friday. Yeah. That's it. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Have a great night.